do it on the side of N37. He's falling low. Raikou needs to escape, but it's going to be a kill. Nobody has eyes onto Petroni. It's a double kill at this point. Triple as Petroni. He's running rampant. He is in for it. Quadra kill. What more can they do? The damage is just not enough. Nine Norvas jumps in once again. Will not survive the fight. A Vanguard shoots. They fall. And it's Influence Rage as they put their will down. There is no waves just yet, but they get the ace. Jumping into the backlines. Destro is falling low, will be taken out. Very good play by Ziggy. But on their own backlines, they have been caught. Heartbeat is down. Senshi is down. Not enough damage. June, the last man standing. And Leviathan will not be stopped. They will try for their best. And looks like game one will go into the hands of Leviathan. Recovery.
Okay, we do see the dash from Destro, which is causing a lot of death here on the side of Malvinas Gaming. Currently a 3-0 trade, 4-0 trade, triple kill going on. For some of these players that are on the Gorge right now. But speaking of the Gorge, we see that the Unbridled Rage comes through, firing straight into the back, taking out Lamesh, and it looks like it's not going to end there. Billy goes down as well. Billy go gruff, and we see the Conductor of Souls come through, but it's not ultimate on cooldown, right? So he's able to just use that dragon to get out of there, and there we go. Sony goes straight into the high ground turret, takes down Zhang Billy is members of Influence Rage stuck in there. Minions are at the crystal. Is a 3v4 right now. They're trying their best, but Sony comes around and gets another kill. That is Cozy. The Whirlpool does come through once more. Everybody's here on the side of Leviathan, and everybody's going down on the side of everybody's here on the side of Influence Rage, and Leviathan is going down, and the Vanguard is here. Double kill in. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 EMEA Regional Finals. I am Blam, and with me is not Kin, but it is Hola. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I'm super excited to be here and to be casting this alongside you, Blam. It's going to have 4 best of 3s in the EMEA region. I'm super stoked for all of these games today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little less of a mystery ticket on this one, right? There's a few teams that we don't really know much of, but there is some teams that have been in the global esports of Honor of Kings since the Season 1 Invitational. And speaking of, is Major Pride in that first bracket at the game 1, right? Major Pride going against 3BL. And then we have next Ryu as well going against Portugal Young. We have MENA going against Hurricane of Feathers, and then GS against W Gaming. So as well today, guys, those in the chat, you are going to get spoiled with 4 matches overall rather than just the standard 3. I mean, that's exciting, right?
Definitely exciting. Yeah, I mean, the craziest part about all of this is that actually 4 teams are going to go home. So this is pretty much all she wrote, in the sense that like every team is going to play to the best of their abilities. They definitely want to shine, and definitely to make it to day 2 tomorrow. There's a lot of pressure going into these best of 3s though, Blam.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I was saying originally, that there is some of these teams that are already pretty much a staple name within Honor of Kings Global Esports. As you can see on the stage there, Major Pride against 3BL Esports, 3BL being quite a big team, the 3rd seed within the MENA region, and Major Pride qualifying from the CIS region, the Eastern European, but this is their roster: Shizuki, Alimsky, Red QT, Kinesis, and Kashibatir as well. So a little bit of a change from the Season 1 roster and the Open Series Split 1 roster, as Kashibatir is filling into the support role.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of things that are going well for Major Pride. They're the Eastern European champs. This is a team that has probably the most fanfare. You know, they've done quite a bit in terms of Honor of Kings already, but they need to get to the next level. They need to take that next step. Of course, the finals here is going to be a pretty big indicator of how this team stacks up against these other squads. But again, they have a long road ahead of them. They're going to be going up against 3BL Esports. This is the squad out of Egypt. It's going to be Jotrex, Yash, Viper, Aspire, and of course Ahmed going to be rounding it out in the Rome position. So again, 3BL Esports, I'm expecting big things, at least to keep it competitive with Major Pride here.
Yeah, Jotrex and Yarfor I know from other games, so they are experienced in mobile MOBAs. It's probably going to be one of the things that's going to be tying this team together quite often as well, is that their experience from previous games and previous tournaments, right? Because there's been quite a lot of MENA tournaments, before getting to this Open Series points. And 3BL were actually part of the Open Series Split 1, but it didn't quite go well from them there. But it's all about what they do right now, isn't it, Hola?
Yeah, definitely. And showing up here, this is the LAN. Of course, you're going to be playing up against them. That's a little bit different than playing from home and, you know, the comfiness of your chair, so to speak. But again, 3BL, this is a squad that if you're looking at right here, the jerseys, I love the logos more than anything else. I think it speaks volumes about this team and just how proud they are. And, this is one of those things where, it strikes a little bit of fear in the enemy team.
Yeah, a patented jersey is just as just as destructive as a great roster, right? But hey, they kind of share the same kind of color coordination going on here between Major Pride and 3BL. So it's a bit of the clash of the black and the red, right? Let's see who can spill as much red as possible in this first best of three between these two teams. Again, it's Major Pride from the Eastern European region, and then 3BL are going to be supporting the MENA region. So again, MENA region having a lot of exposure to previous tournaments, but let's see how they handle this ban and pick.
Yeah, we're going to jump right into this one. It's going to be, of course, the first draft. And in my opinion, this game one, probably the most important for all of them, right? It's the first time that you're going up into this EMEA finals. And then it's also dictating the pace of how this series could be. If your back is on that wall and you lose game one, and it's a must-win situation going into game two, it's just way more pressure. And you do not want to be in that pressure cooker, so to speak. But it looks like they're going to be picking up, the first pick is going to be Arlie here. Your thoughts on that? Is that dictating too much of your draft plan?
I don't think so, right? It's all about how comfortable Kinesis is on these heroes, right? And prior pick for Ali being on the blue side, again, when Dolly has been taken up and, say, for example, the Orgren's been banned as well, My Shiranui being banned, it's kind of like the go-to one, right? But then we look over to the side of 3BL, and they're going for the Lady Sun and Hugh1. Hugh1, as we know, has had a huge appearance rate so far within the Open Series Split 2, regardless of regions.
Yeah, it's got a lot of play throughout. I don't think that we're seeing these picks thus far have been very meta. We know the Lady Jeanne is very powerful. The Zhang Fei is a great roamer that kind of adds tankiness and has initiation. So definitely things that you want. The Ming on the other side, the 3BL squad, the Yuan, which again, it's a high risk, high reward type of play. You can do a lot. You have a lot of sustain, and she plays some great music at the end of the day.
Hey, exactly. We're all here for the tunes. Kin was a big fan of the intro tunes for the past 2 days as well, so everyone's here for a little bit of music. But looking at 3BL banning out the Dharma, banning out the Musashi, Musashi is unfortunately not being able to actually get onto the Gorge, and that really saddens me as a Musashi main hauler. But then we look over to the side of Major Pride, and they're banning out the Mayin and the Elaine, but picking up the Lady Chen and the Zhang Fei. So we're getting already Lady Chen. We've seen even yesterday get up to like that 149k damage dealt, right? And having that Zhang Fei is just a fantastic front line.
Yeah, definitely a great frontliner. Definitely something that you want. But another good frontliner, I mean, if we're looking at this draft, obviously the bans have been already in place. But the Byron pickup, I think that's pretty strong right there. It's pretty solid. I kind of liken it to like a Toyota Camry in the sense that it's like more of a consistency thing more than anything else. It's not like the Ferrari that's going to get you, 0 to 300 in like 60 seconds or whatever. It's a much faster car, not 60 seconds.
Absolutely. I mean, you could talk about cars, Hauler. All I know is they've got 4 wheels and they get used from A to B. But the Ming pickup is really interesting here, especially paired with the Lady Sun, kind of enables that hyper carry potential. Hue1's actually going to be sitting into that mid lane now because the Kaiser does round out 3BL's big roster, which is huge here. They have the great front line from the Kaiser. Kaiser can not only soak the damage, but deal the damage, which we've seen over the past 48 hours as well. It was a huge pick within the American regionals, not quite so much within the Pacific, but the one I've got my eye on the most, Hauler, I have to say, is that Jing jungle pick towards the end of Major Pride's team comp.
Yeah, Limskis will be picking it up. I think he's a good Jing player. Obviously, Jing is one of those types, very disruptive, can be in the back line. The mirror domain is just very annoying to deal with. But the thing is that Jing needs a little bit of time to get going, right? You need that farm. If we're looking on the opposite end, if we're looking at from 3BL side, where Yash is going to be picking up the Kaiser, someone a little bit more tanky, definitely not as flashy, though. But I think it's going to be an interesting matchup to watch.
Yeah, the interesting thing I think here with this Kaiser that I'm going to be looking out for personally is because yesterday when we saw Influence Rage play the Kaiser, they were always 2 levels ahead of the enemy jungle. So that rotation, the ferocity, being able to claim the resources was huge.
Yeah, very huge, very different. And I mean, if we're looking at some of the other, the regionals that you saw, most of the games just went to a quick 2-0, right? Not to say that the games are very quick, but we didn't really see that third game. And I think when teams get to that level where they're really contested and you have that game 3 again, where again, everything is on the line, it makes for the most interesting and plus the most amount of pressure for each of these teams. I'm expecting to see at least 1 or 2 of those at least today.
Oh, absolutely. I really hope so, because that's when you get the sweaty pond and the sweaty attitudes, right? But Kinesis going in here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a little bit of just, I mean, he's going to step away. He's going to be fine. But, I mean, the boars are the most important thing at this point. 3BL, if anything, they've been very aggressive. They've been trying to invade the enemy jungle, make Major Pride play a little bit differently. But First Blood is going to be given up in the top lane.
Yeah, hopefully we get a little bit of a replay for that, for Shizuki getting some fame onto the Gorge, right? Major Pride, again, for those new tuning in at home, we're a team that went through Season 1 Invitational, not picking up a single round. Being able to get kills was probably their biggest achievement.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be smited here, but the mirror domain, that's going to be started, and they get Joe Trex once again. Oh, it does go down, and it looks like they've gotten 2 right there. Ruya.
Yes, absolutely. That was like chef's kiss, right? We honestly thought that Yafor was going to be able to get out of there, but hey, that mirror domain just does absolutely amazing amounts of damage, right? And this is the thing I came here for, right? Here's the replay for Shizuki getting that kill, being able to get that range attack onto the Byron. That's the only weakness of Byron, right? Once you've exhausted that leap and knock up, you've got nothing else in utility to actually try and get out of there or try and make another counter engage.
Yeah, you need to figure something out right now. You're behind in terms of net worth, about 1K. 3 kills have gone all the way in favor of Major Pride. They've kind of, again, they've been very good, right, in terms of just reacting to what 3BL have thrown at them. They're in a pretty decent spot. I mean, look at, he's going right in, mirror domain. Right off the bat, they're just going to do a lot of damage with the reflective assault as well. And Yash is up in front. Kaiser's there, but he's actually not going to commit for this. They're on the run now. They're turning this around, and they go for Kashifa, but looks like that's going to back.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great deterrent right there, Hauler. We saw that the Unbridled Rage come through, really just pushing away 3BL, because if that wasn't the case and that didn't happen, I think that without that deterrent there, it could have been a no-holds-barred for 3BL.
Oof. The Rolling Rage is doing some decent amount of work. Kinesis is going to have to recall back to safety. But if we're looking in this mid lane, at 3BL, it's all about objectives. And I like the fact that, yeah, they're losing, but they're putting the pressure on them and forcing MP to kind of react to what they're doing. But again, they haven't really been able to capitalize with any kills thus far.
Yeah, another thing worth pointing out as well is that both the mages have been down into the farm lane, because this allows both these late game heroes, the Arlie and the Lady Sun, to have access to those both side camps, right? So they can try and get online a little bit quicker. So you can see why that rotation's taking place.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate, but she goes in, gets the power grenation, and Ahmed, oh, he does get burned in the end. He's going to be down for about 15 more seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate there, because, hey, the neutral objectives are now up, Hauler. So, again, this is going to be a crucial part for them. They may want to try and pin down the Kaiser.
Yeah, it looks like Kashi does end up getting the blue right there. Does get the steal with that smite. Zhang Fei, even if you're Roman, it's okay to take the smites, and Kin is a big proponent of that. And it looks like they're going to do this as well in this game as well.
Yeah, he likes to know that his smite is there. If it's not smite, it's execute for Kim, right? He's definitely an aggressive support player. But to be honest, Kashi Bartir is playing a lot like Billy did from one of the players of the American regions.
Yeah. Oh, the unending sorrow. Okay, the tower goes down. Viper will stay alive, but MP got what they wanted. Looks like they're going to make their rotation into the mid lane, force that one out. The teleport is coming in by Jotrex into the mid lane. But again, MP is going to back off here.
Yeah, so far, so good for the side of Major Pride, right? They're up with the gold. They're up with the turrets, right? Yes, they lose the mid 1 T1, but they can really try and do something here. It's not the end of the game, considering where the rest of the else of their resources and the accolades so far in game 1 are. It's not the biggest threat, right?
Not the biggest threat. You're right, right. But I mean, with the Tyrant or the Overlord that would be picked up by 3BL, the Vanguards are going to be pushing, creating a little bit more space for MP to kind of deal with. I mean, 3BL, all they want is to take their own enemy jungle, or their own jungle. They're not able to get that. The Umbrella Outburst, they're pushing everybody back. And 3BL, they've rotated, but again, they haven't capitalized and gotten any sort of conversions out of this.
Blue team has
Yeah, nice
destroyed
plays
a
here
tower.
by the side of Major Pride. They're being very aggressive into the enemy jungle, able to take that T1 up into the clash lane. So again, this is the thing I love about Honor of Kings, right? Being so fresh in the scene, seeing these teams just progress. And Major Pride, I do be proud. I got a tear in my eye.
Oh, are you sure it's not just, you know, something that flew in, or is it actually their play? Is it the success? I mean, but nonetheless, if we're looking at MP right here, they're just kind of forcing it out. All 5 members of 3BL are here. Miro Domain's going to be committed. And they're doing quite a bit of work, and they're trying to keep that mid T1 alive, but the Ocean of Tears is successful, but they haven't got any kills thus far. They're going to back off. And again, that was a huge fight, but nobody died.
That's very rare that we see that, right, Hauler, that you get a huge just brawl in the mid lane, nobody dies, but then just go away feeling still like energetic from it. It's like, oh my gosh, like these guys are doing enough to stay alive in these big brawls.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Marvel movie, like the big fights are happening, but nobody's really dying at the end. I mean, people are limping away, if anything.
Yeah, unfortunately. We want to see death. We want to see blood, right, in those brawls. But so far, nothing yet to be shed. Major Pride still ahead with the gold.
Yes, still up ahead. But 3BL, again, they've mitigated. Or the biggest thing is the Crimson Golem. They might lose it again. I think they did. Or they did not get it. Again, 3BL. And MP right now just forcing the issue, invading the enemy jungle, making it uncomfortable. Not even, 3BL is not even able to get their own buffs.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's starving them from every bit of resource, right? This Kaiser pick has not been the greatest yet. I'm still waiting for a big engage from Yafor.
Yeah, hasn't really seen that. I mean, we haven't really seen the Invincible Warrior. I think he's just holding it down. But nice Unbridled Outburst. He goes right in for this one, and he ends up killing it. He kills Yash, and that's a huge one to start with. And the Miro Domain and Jotrex is now on the run. They're diving the tower. They don't care. Okay, they do care, and they back off here.
Hey, at least to get some blood, right?
Yeah, a little bit of blood, the flash away, and he does end up getting Aspire on that one, and they've gotten the bottom T2, and again, MP right now, everything is going their way.
Oh, still some more engages coming in here.
Yeah, they want to keep going for this one. They're just forcing it out. I thought the fight was over, but it looks like they're just going to back off now. They've gotten the mid T2 as well. 3BL not able to just kind of defend. They're just trying to deal with the minions and just trying to slow the game down, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the aim for 3BL right now, right? They have only 1 T2 left standing up in the clash lane. That's just because Shizuki has been across the gorge, right? Just helping out his team. And it really shows when Shizuki's into these team fights, because we finally get some blood. And speaking of getting blood, we get a little bit more of that neutral objective blood right now. And it's not quite the shadow alternatives of these neutral objectives, but hey, increased damage is increased damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Major Pride right now are doing such a good job of just attacking on all fronts, taking all the objectives. I mean, just making it very difficult for 3BL to find any sort of farm. Look at this, Yusuke. He's going 1 versus 2. He doesn't care. He knows he's the strong one. And Yash down again for the count. He has not had a great game.
No, absolutely not. He's definitely suffering here on the Kaiser. It's not quite working out the way that the 3BL as well was hoping, right? Because if the Kaiser falls, you have no front line. You're kind of really relying that Jotrix is just going to take it all, but he can't as the Byron.
Yeah, and Jotrix, speaking of which, he's going to use a force field suppression just to go to his own demise. He's going to be killed, but they get Kinesis. That's a pretty big win for them. That's going to be 1 for 3 and 1 for 2 on that fight as Yash respawns at this point, but they've lost the top T3, and this is a huge one for 3BL.
Yes, Major Pride able to finally take up that higher ground turret. You can kind of see with that gold graph on the screen there, guys, watching at home, that it is a telling tale, right? It was a little bit shaky within that mid part of the game. We saw that 3BL was trying to actually get some of their resources, but now we're seeing a different story. Major Pride just been able to just capitalize on taking all their own and their enemies' camps.
Yeah, and can't get anything. The Unbridled Outburst pushing them away. 3BL wanted to fight for that one, but again, the Unbridled Outbursts have been great in terms of control, and they've pushed everybody back. If they want to go for the Overlord, it's pretty much fair game, but, you know, this is a 9-1 game, 7K net worth lead for MP, and again, a very difficult situation for 3BL to come back in this one.
It's a bit of a play, right? MP are just like, hey, we don't need the Overlord. We're actually doing pretty well in the lanes right on our own. We don't need Vanguard's crutches.
Yeah, we're just going to go and kill you. Jotrix is already down for the count. The Invisible Warrior, he gets Ocean of Tears. He gets slowed down, and Shusuke gets a little bit low. Does need to be careful, but he limps away. No, he goes down. So they've gotten something, but they do end up getting Aspire in return, and they're turning this. They've gotten Ahmed as well, and that's 3 thus far, but can they get more? Yash is trying to run. He's trying to get to safety. No, he's going to get sniped out. Alim gets the double, and now they're trying to just force the face. They don't have the minions, and Alim just fountain dives at this point.
Yeah, a little bit premature there. They thought they had the minions at the crystal, but unfortunately not their haul. They were able to claim that game 1 victory, but hey man, Major Pride are a different beast. Every tournament that I see them participate in, they get so much better.
Yeah, they're getting better. You can see that one. That was a bit of a stomp for them. They knew what they needed to have done. Very objectively strong, right? Understanding what they needed to have done. And it's like business as usual for these guys. They just get up and they realize that, hey, we got this one. We understand how we do it. But can they do it in a second game and maybe in a faster time? I don't really know. But very strong showing by Major Pride in game 1.
Yeah, very much business as usual for them, like you said there, Hola, but also very clean, very precise with it as well. Because we not only saw the fact that there was brawls, but both of these teams were surviving. And Major Pride knew where they could take these kills, where they could take some of that gold lead as well. But overall, I think their attendance on the Gorge was just massive, right? There was no point in that game where you're thinking, where's Major Pride? What are they doing? And it was just like, Major Pride is clear. They know what they're doing. They've got an objective in mind, and it is to destroy.
Yeah, to destroy, to kill. I mean, they, like four of their members have just died once, right? Kashiba not dying a single time. I think he had a great game. A lot of control. That's exactly what you want out of your roamer. But Kinesis, man, 6 kills. The guy was on point, right?
He wasn't even fully itemized, right? He went for the Doomsday first, then into the Shadow Ripper, then into the Eternity Blade, which on an Ollie is going to be pretty strong anyway, but you haven't even built that Daybreaker yet, so that just makes it more fearsome. Same with the Jing, going for the Axe of Torment, obviously needing that armor piercing against the Kaiser, and it really showed there as well as the Byron. It's a well-needed piece of equipment when it comes against those 2 heroes, and the damage dealt is really showing that right there, Hola. 43.2% of the damage dealt by Alimski. That is probably the most percentage of damage I think I've seen so far in the Open Series.
Yeah, actually very crazy. The fact that he was there when you needed to go in a team fight, and then he would back off, and when the teams are kind of just pushing on all fronts, he was back there taking all the big objectives, you know, like the Tyrants and the Overlords. He was just everywhere that you wanted to have done. If you want a good jungler, this is a perfect game to kind of, you know, to I would almost say emulate in that point.
Yeah, I mean, It's Jing's debut into the HoK Open Series Split 2 as well, so what a debut to have such an aggressive play, and we've seen the mirror domains come through. That nice double kill as well in the early game onto the Kaiser was huge, but like you were saying there, Ola, Jing was just not always in the team fights, but it was always getting the neutral objectives. It was very clear that Alimsky knows what he has to do as a jungler.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest thing that you're seeing is that 3BL, there were moments where I felt like they were grouping up a little too much in the early game, right? There were moments where they're together. And the reason why that's a problem is that there's so much farm across all 3 lanes, you need to kind of separate a little bit. You can't be holding hands the entire game. I mean, when the wheels are kind of coming off in the mid game, I kind of understand it. But in the early game, you got to get as much farm as possible. You got to kind of separate in that sense.
Yeah, I think when we see the enemy team that's not doing so well, when they clump together, it's a symptom of fear, right? And that's definitely what Major Pride did. And it was definitely the MVP going over to Kashi Bater as well. So on the Zhongfei, we don't get many support MVPs. We saw Billy getting a few MVPs from the American region. And when I was saying that Kashi was really emulating that kind of performance, very aggressive, very active on the roam, really deserved that MVP. Because in the end of the day, it seemed like he was a shot caller, right?
Yeah, definitely the shot caller. Like every time he would unbridle outburst, it was either to go in or to disengage. And the team was just listening to what he was doing, right? So I obviously very good calls, and that's exactly what you want. And the Zhongfei just providing so much control. This is exactly how you want to play it. They had a very good game 1, Major Pride.
Oh yeah, super great game. What a great performance as well for the first game of the EMEA Regional Finals. If that doesn't get you stoked up with excitement, I don't know what is. You might want to check your pulse. You could be dying, but hopefully not. You're going to stick around until you see the conclusion, till the end of this EMEA Regionals. But before we get into that game 2, guys, we are going to take a short break. So please don't go anywhere. Stay in the chat, and we'll see you for game 2.
Now the ultimate from Redsky, but hey, it doesn't matter. I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка, и там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jing, so Jing's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
colors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 EMEA Regional Finals. We've just had our first game between Major Pride and 3BL, and what an aggressive game it was, Hola.
Yeah, very aggressive game by Major Pride. Just being able to just kind of close that one out. They were just very clinical in the sense of just taking it to 3BL. They really had no ways of coming back. The full map control by Major Pride, just a very dominant game by them.
Yeah, I mean, they got 4 kills on the board, right? But one of them was Alimsky just playing a little bit more premature into the finisher of the game, going into the base of the enemy, just getting vaporized by that crystal. So, hey, they gave them some little bit extra bits of resources that they didn't need to. So they're a charitable team, right?
Yeah, charitable. I mean, yes, I guess that's an interesting way of putting it. Not ideal for 3BL, of course. But again, Major Pride, this is what you want. You'll take whatever charity that the enemy team gives you. And you don't want to give up anything. And I think Major Pride did a great job of that, of just shutting the game down. When good teams are really good at closing out games when they have a lead. And I think Major Pride did a great job in game 1. And they want to continue that going into game 2.
Yeah, they ban out the Orgrin on the side of 3BL and the Mai Shiranui once more, but then we look over to the side of Major Pride again with another major power play banning out their own Arlie. They're like, hey, we are not blue side now, so we're not going to get that priority pick for the marksman ourselves, so we're going to ban it from you. They do pick up the Lung on the side of 3BL, but Major Pride sticking with another staple pick, that Lady Jen.
Yeah, Lady Jen, I mean, it has so much play. Like, the amount of control that it provides. It does so much damage as well. And, backing it up with the Zhang Fei, really smart by MP. You just saw Kashiba have a great game on it. Can they continue on with this? We're going to have to see. But, again, the Zhang Fei, very strong here, too.
Yeah, I think I like the Lung pick right over the Lady Sun. Yes, they're very same in their temperament, that they are late game heroes. They need to get those items to do those massive amounts of damage. But when you have that damage, it's a pretty much secured kill onto the likes of the Zhang Fei, as long as you can kind of position yourself correctly, because we know with those double stacked first abilities from Lung, he can lay down the smackdown. But then speaking of the next 2 picks onto the side of 3BL, they go with the Shuang, which has been, again, a very surprising pick for me, being very big in the appearance rate. And then we get the Princess Frost, so zone in, a little bit of a difference here with the mid lane on the side of 3BL.
Yeah, I always look at Princess Frost as like a poor man's Lady Jeanne at the end of the day. I don't know if it's the greatest counter. It's definitely weaker than the Lady Jeanne, but it has potential to be the same in the sense of like the mid lane, and you provide a little bit of control. But it really comes down to this Zhuangzi. I think that the hero has a lot of, disbursement. And it has a lot of control that they can have, right? The kaleidoscope just provides a lot in terms of just zoning people away. And that's kind of what you want, because you want to keep your Princess Frost and Lung as safe and the enemy team as far away as possible.
Yeah, it's also a great counter for the Zhang Fei, right? Because if that Unbridled Outburst from the last game came through, like we saw that one time when 3BL was going for a great engage in that mid lane, and all of a sudden they got dispersed by that Unbridled Outrage, and it kind of was used as a huge deterrent. But we know that Shuangzi is able to give a immunity control with the butterfly effect. So if they just do what the Side of Influence Rage did yesterday, is just timing those ultimates very precisely, I think that could be a great counter here to the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have that play, but look at what Major Pride have countered with. They've gone with the lane, the Death at Sunset, just trying to jump onto that back line. But 3BL, this is the chess game. They pick up the Charlotte and the Menki, of course.
Yeah, very interesting. They're like, hey, Shizuki had a fantastic game 1 with the Charlotte. Can we have that? Is that okay? Can we try it? Jotrix is going to now try and finesse the Charlotte pick. But then we lock in with the final pick on the side of Major Pride being the DRNG. Again, probably not one of my favorite farm lane heroes, right? We could have had obviously Marco Polo got banned towards the end there, which is a great counter towards the Lung. I'm pretty sure Kin's watching at home saying, hey, where's my Marco Polo? And then didn't come out. But you kind of had more of an appearance rate from the likes of Huyi. So again, great siege capability, great attack speed, as long as you have the positioning, which we saw very well from Kinesis in game 1. So the DRNG is going to play a little bit of a different role here, right?
Yeah, a little bit different. I mean, it has more mobility. The legal immunity is going to be great to potentially get out of some of the crowd control that they have. And, you know, the Lung is going to be the biggest question mark, right? There's a lot of pressure on Aspire to kind of really step up and to kind of control the game, because the Lung can do a lot of damage, but it needs a lot of time to get that, you know, to get online, so to speak.
Yeah, he's got to aspire to aspire, right? He's got to aspire to some great
see what you did there.
feats here. some great heights he needs to aspire to get to this the level of Kinesis in game 1. But currently, we're seeing a little bit more tit for tat, a little less of aggression from the side of Major Pride. No sort of engaging into the enemy jungle just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. I mean, they kind of went with this in terms of game 1, where they're a little bit slower. They let 3BL be the aggressors, but while they were being aggressive, they weren't getting any kills. MP took advantage of that, just stayed in the lanes and got as much farm as possible, so that they had a much better early game, which kind of propelled them into that awesome mid to late game, where they were able to close the game out. So MP right now, Kashiba, playing a little bit dangerously there.
Yeah, I like how Kashibita is playing this Zhongfei, right? He's kind of using it as intel. He is pretty much being a roamer, not a support, but a roamer, because Dorenji's not getting any support right now. He's just trying to offer that intel to the rest of his team. We see that Lady Jen is going for the rotate here. Red QT and Kashibita are now back in the farm lane.
Yeah, and I think this speaks volumes about Kinesis. So the fact that he can play solo, right? He can deal with the 2 heroes in his lane, so that Kashi can kind of, you know, roam and be a nuisance in the, you know, the other lanes and affect the map throughout. But, you know, I think that this is a team that's really starting to find their groove. They're really starting to grow.
Yeah, there's definitely an entity here behind Major Pride. We saw there was a bit of an identity crisis in Seasonal 1 Invitational as they lost to... I mean, they're not just easy teams that they lost to, right? They lost to BKS, they lost to the likes of Alpha 7, really big Brazilian teams, right? Really established teams within the scene already. So this is a great case for those that may be going into the Open Series as a bit of a community team. They may take defeat very hard, but this is what you can do when you learn from your defeats, right?
Yeah, it's the biggest thing, right? You either win or you learn, and I think that, you know, the learning, unfortunately in my case, there's a lot of learning involved, but I think the teams as well, it's a big thing for them, especially when you're playing as a 5er. But in the top lane, a little bit going at this one, little bit of a skirmish in that top lane, no real damage, no kills. We've still yet to see the first blood, but again, I think 3BL really need to learn, and they need to learn quickly.
Yeah, they need to adapt, right? They may be a little bit more accustomed to this kind of tempo that they are displaying. It's kind of a little bit like a 2-step forward, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, because they kind of try and go for an engage. They go back to safety, try and gain up, but then it's kind of like Major Pride just taking a 3 steps forward and not turning back because they're just being so aggressive and taking their farms, going into their jungles, really showing that.
Oh, nice Dream Roam connecting onto 2. That's a huge one, but the Unbridled Outburst, and it looks like Kinesis is going to go down. He's going to give up first blood, but now here's the return kill. Are they able to get him? Ahmad is going to be on that target list. They do get him. They get the Stampede as well, and Kashiba in a bad spot. He's going to be focused. He's going to be killed, so they did get some kills. The Infinite Fastness, the Death at Sunset as well. He gets the Meteor kill. He does launch off with the bubble, keeping him alive, the Lingering Dream, and it looks like he's going to be focused here. The Meteor kill, he wants to turn this around, and he's just going to go down, and that might have been a bad spot for Major Pride there.
Yes, the Lingering Dream into the into the Death on Sunset, right? It was kind of, no, the winter is coming, so tried to get out of there with hopes and dreams that just to be shattered by the winter is coming from Princess Frost, which was a really great zoning material, a good piece of kit there that we really shined light on in that draft. But we did see that Limsky was able to pick up that Tyrant, which again, he knew that the fight wasn't going to go the way that he wanted to, so he's going to take those next precautionary steps to be like, hey, this is how we're going to make sure that this next team fight goes in our favor.
Yeah, and I think build for the late game, right? Olimsky, we know that has the potential to carry. Just get your farm, right? Understand that we will give up first blood like some games, about half the time, I would say. But it's still a moment where you need to play for the late game. Understand how to play for like the winning, the winning condition, so to speak. I think that this is a situation where MP understand that, hey, the game is not over in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, maybe that's what they had their head cleared in that break, right? It was like, hey, we can't lose our cool this early on, because that's kind of what happened with 3BL. They kind of lost a few lives early on, and then maybe they just came unlevel-headed. And right now, we're seeing a little bit more of the same old from MP. They're trying to get those aggressive engages.
Yeah, a little bit of aggressive here, but I mean, one thing to take note of, Kashi didn't even die a single time in game 1. He's already died in this one. So a little bit different. 3BL realizing that, hey, we need to change up the strategy, but the Unbridled Outburst connecting onto 2, and Infinite Fastness, he gets on out of there instantly. He does not want any of that.
This is the good thing about the Loong pick. If you're in trouble, you can get out of there. You can turn into a dragon and kiss your all your sweet sorrows goodbye. And it really showed there from 3BL. But again, it's really interesting here that MP are looking for blood, right?
Oh, they do get blood, and they get Aspire. He did stick around. Infinite Fastness was, of course, on cooldown. So they knew that there was a bit of an opening and a little bit of a vulnerability, and they took advantage of it. Aspire down for about 15 seconds. That's a pretty big kill for Major Pride.
Yeah, Major Pride being able to actually finally get that gold lead, but hey!
Oh, the Death Sunset right on top of him, not able to get away, and Jawtrix is down for the count as well. And MP, this is kind of what they did in game 1, right? They bullied Jawtrix a little bit, they got a couple of kills, and they went on this one, and so they've done quite well in that sense, and now they're pushing that top T1.
Yeah, top T1 and the farm lane T1, right? Derange is making quick work of that before Loong and the Zhuangzi comes through as well. They're able to take the T1 into the farm lane, but they are able to defend that T1 in the clash. And already right now, we're seeing the MP are going back to their former glory of game 1.
Yeah, they're going back to it. And again, just being aggressive. They've already taken the net worth lead. This is exactly what you want as an MP fan. But the Mirror Domain, that's going to be used just more defensively and to zone them away more than anything else. But the tables have shifted in that sense. Major Pride understanding how to get back in the game, realizing that the game is far from over, and now they're in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it seems that way with the gold, right? They're not too far ahead. It's about 1.2k gold difference, which is nothing to kind of shout and write home about. Wait here for Shizuki. He might get caught out, though.
Oh, the Death at Sunset, that get out of jail free card. He's going to use that one. He stays alive. They have 3 members, and that's a pretty big commitment by 3BL, trying to take him out in the top lane. But now the mid lane is going to be pushing here, so they do need to be careful as Yash actually goes and rotates in.
Yeah, nicely done by Viper though, right? They was able to put the Winters coming down before they left the lane, just to constantly just get rid of that minion wave in the mid lane, because they don't want to lose that T1, because they were able to hold onto it before taking the enemies. But speaking of holding onto things, those T2s in the farm lane is definitely not something they have an affinity to.
Yeah, and they definitely wanted to keep that one alive. But again, it was kind of like the rotation. You had 3 members of 3BL in the top lane. The bottom lane is wide open. Unbridled Outburst is going to be used here just to zone them away. But it's all about the space, and they've taken advantage of it, and they've capitalized that with a Tyrant kill as well.
Yeah, this is the good thing of the Zhuangzi, right? Is that butterfly effect that you just saw there when the Unbridled Outrage come through, it kind of completely negated the effect of what they were going for on the side of Major Pride. They got the CC immunity on the side of 3BL. They were able to just skip around in what they normally would be, being pushed to walls, being stunned as well. So, again, I think this is a solid, very well-thought pick here for Ahmed.
Yeah, good counter pick. That's definitely what you wanted to have done. I mean, you hit all the right notes in terms of just kind of explaining why the Zhuangzi is just so important. It has a huge amount of potential in terms of the team fights, right? Just slowing it down. And again, that's kind of what you want as Kashiba, where you kind of just control the field, the team fights, and him being able to be somewhat limited making it more difficult for MP to win those big team fights.
Yep, speaking of team fights, we do see 3 of them on the side of 3BL looking for a mid-rotation here to stop a lane from taking that T1 into the mid lane or even pushing it further, it seems. Is it gone? Yes, it's already gone, but they do sacrifice the T1 in the clash lane, so it's all opening up here for the side of 3BL.
Oh, Limsky had been killed in the bottom lane. Geltrex is going to get credit for this one. They've got 4 members on that one, but the T2 top is going to be forced here. Yash, all he can do is just throw out those bubbles and pray that he stays alive, and if anything, he's just going to back off and recall.
Yeah, so far so good, right, for the side of Major Pride. Unfortunately for 3BL, they are falling behind ever so slightly now in terms of the gold. It is slowly but surely creeping away from them. And the last time we got the gold graph up, we saw that Aspire was behind in the farm lane, which is a point that you don't want to be behind on when you're going against the Direnji. Direnji, getting those items is just going to make it harder for this Lung to actually get to those great heights.
Yeah, and we talked about it in the draft, right? Where Aspire was like, this is a lot of pressure on Loom to kind of get that farm. He hasn't got the most amount of space, so it hasn't been the easiest of times for him, but he really needs to get back. He needs to stop thinking about team fights and just worry about his own farm at this point.
Yeah, there needs to be a point, right, where that is going to settle in, but I think it's going to settle in a little bit too late here for the side of 3BL as they've lost their 3rd neutral objective over to the side of Major Pride. And it is that Shadow Tyrant caller, which means that it's going to be increased damage and that lightning effect. We have the Spark Forked Dagger on the side of Direnji as well, so that's going to just enable that. The attack speed coming through from that item, the Doomsday as well with the enhanced attacks. It's just going to make this Direnji a brutal pickup for the side of Major Pride.
Yeah, the amount of damage that Kinesis can do just jumping on you. But look in the bottom lane, he's going to try to 1v2 this. Not possible. Jotrex down it yet again. They forced it out. And again, Major Pride just finding weaknesses across the map, understanding where things are on. And it looks like they're going to go for this Overlord here, and they've kind of forced it down. Are they able to get the steal?
Ooh.
No, it's not able to do so. It looks like Yash is going to get the smite kill. The Unbridled Outburst is going to be on point, though. Ahmed has been killed. They're going to force it down. They're going to run you down. They're going to chase you down to the ends of the earth. And Yash, all he could do is just cry in his bubble and get into that fountain.
Yeah, that was a really interesting play there. I saw that Kashi Batira was coming through there towards the Shadow Overlord. I was like, oh, he has smite. Is it going to be a crucial kill, Fef? But they just kind of killed it a little bit too fast on the side of 3BL, which was, you could see the motion that he wanted to go for. It was honorable, but it just didn't quite surface.
Yeah, not able to get it, just a little bit slow in that sense. But, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, a little bit of a window in that sense. But Red getting killed here, Yash gets the solo.
Yeah, a little bit too overextending there when you're mid lane. Lady Chen should be sticking around with the folk on her team just so she can stay alive and do that damage.
Oh, Yash getting Meteor killed. The Mirror Domain is going to be committed. Everything thrown at him. And the cute old Menki goes down.
Yes, unfortunately, cute but deadly. Monkey coming through there, but does fall for 3BL, which could be crucial here for them. And you can see that gold graph, very helpful in painting the picture. But unlike game 1, 3BL actually had a lead at that 6-minute mark.
They had a much better game. This is definitely something that they can kind of be a little bit more proud about. I think game 1 was a little bit, they had some nerves, and they're playing much better, but they're still far behind. You know, I think they've gotten some pickoffs, and they've gotten way more kills than they did in the last game. But still, this is a situation now where how do they get space? How do they get back in this one? And Geltrex is pushing the top lane, so that's one way.
Yeah, like you were saying there, Holly, you can kind of see it with the macro play for Charlotte, but okay, this mid lane play.
Yeah, Viper's already down. The Death at Sunset, that's going to be committed. The Moonlight Flash back to safety, and they've gotten Aspire as well as Viper. Jotrex, they're blowing you up. They've gotten everything, and a triple kill going the way of Kinesis. They're taking out all the T3s, and they're looking to end the game here.
This is the problem, right? When you have the Shuangzi, as if it falls, that butterfly effect is not going to come through. What does come through for Major Pride is that 2-0 victory. Quarterfinals is already being done for them. They head to the semifinals. Unfortunately for 3BL, they learned a little bit too late with that one, right? We were saying towards the end there, Holler, that, hey, maybe we was actually going to see a bit of a turnaround for 3BL, but in this format, you can't wait for that turnaround. You have to make it happen yourself.
Yeah, and I kind of liken this one to, like, chess, right? In the sense that you're going up against a much more experienced veteran player, right? You might know some early game openings and you might do well in like the first, couple of turns. But at the end of the day, the vet and the experienced player is going to know what to do. And they're going to get back in this game and they're going to take over, right? And that's kind of what we saw here with Major Pride being that vet.
Yeah, the highlight for me in that one was obviously Alimsky on the Jing once more, really showing that he doesn't want to kind of show all his cards in the jungle too early within the open series. He stick to the same hero 2 games in a row, played it to perfection as well, knew when to take fights and knew when to kind of just dip out there and go for the neutral objective, which we saw around by that 4-minute mark. But then Kinesis as well. I was down to the Derenji pick there, but because of Kinesis being able to get that lead in the farm lane, it really showed a true testament that it is a good pick, but you just have to make sure that you're ahead of a hero like the Lung, which when you see in the draft, the pick a ban draft, you kind of make sure like, I mean, they've gone for a hero on the side of 3BL that needs farm, but unfortunately they weren't able to execute getting the resources that are needed.
Yeah. And I mean, Kinesis got you hit the right points, right? In the sense of Kinesis just getting that farm, literally carrying this one. I think at game 1 we saw Alimsky really do the carrying, the heavy lifting in this one. But in this game, Kinesis really understanding how to get that farm. I mean, the damage dealt still very high in favor of Alimsky, but he didn't shine as high as brightly as he did in game 1.
Yeah, down by 3% in the damage dealt, right? That is a decrease in your performance, but you can kind of see who picked up the slack there. Yeah, how dare you drop 3%? But you can see here that Kinesis is able to get that 28% of the damage, which really just shows to what we were saying in that game closing comment, right? Was that the Derenji was able to farm up. Kinesis did a fantastic job to get that itemization on the board. And you can see towards the end, like most builds with the Derenji, you go for quite a bit of defense towards that end. But again, the goal graph a little bit different there. Like you just saw, a heavy little bit of favor for the side of 3BL in the early game up to that 6-minute mark, but then the rest was pure domination by the side of Major Pride.
Yeah, definitely. More domination, not so much in this first fight. I think that there were some mistakes by Major Pride. They probably shouldn't have committed like as much as they did here. They barely get away. Shizu actually gets caught out. Really no chance on this point. I mean, it was a situation where one guy dies, you give up first blood. Okay, not the end of the world. We just back off. We cut off our losses. They didn't do that. They went in. They tried to go for blood, so to speak. And it kind of they paid with their lives, so to speak.
Absolutely. That is the most crucial currency within Honor of Kings is your errors will be paid with your life. And unfortunately for the side of 3BL, they had a lot more pay-ups than the side of Major Pride. But I really think it gives sort of dividends to Alimsky in that jungle. He knew when to peel off from these fights and when to go for these objectives like the Tyrant as well. But also those mirror domains also being used defensively rather than aggressively was a great show of skill for Alimsky.
He had a good game. I mean, he did die only once, so at the end of the day, he had a great one. But Red is going to be your MVP. He had a ton of damage with 125,000. He was 2-1-6, not the greatest of KDAs, but just staying alive is a huge stat to, kind of have. But it's one of those things where Red was always in the right spots at the right time for the team fights.
Yes, I mean, does that QT stand for quick time? Because, I mean, like you said, he was in the right time at the right place. But once again, the Lady Gen just showing how much damage is actually a potential with this hero. That, again, over 100k damage dealt for the mid lane is pretty huge and sometimes unheard of with some other mid lane heroes.
Yeah, I think the QT is actually just cutie, right? He's a good-looking dude, right? All right, but nonetheless, I think Major Pride just really being strong on that one. Quick 2-0, kind of, I mean, I'm not to say that I'm too surprised by that one. I think that we had high expectations for Major Pride going into this game. I expect to see them doing well even into day 2 tomorrow, so as they move on.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I had a bit of a tear in my eye when I saw that game 1. I was like, hey, my little boys are all grown up. They're doing well. They're doing better than their Season 1 Invitational performances. But the next game up will be next Ryu against Portugal Young, which, again, is going to be the Western European team going against the only Turkish team in the Open Series. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to completely take out the Turkish team straight away, because that would be a little bit of a blow. We already have one of the Turkey teams qualifying for this into KC 2024, right? We have FoK Esports. They were able to claim their victory in their qualifier against S2G. But is it going to be enough for next Ryu to have that second wind in this Open Series Split 2 to try and take a game from the Western European region?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We're going to have to find out. That one's going to be the second match that's going to be coming up, and it will be up in about 23 minutes. We'll see you then.
Lu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Lu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Lu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Lu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Lu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into teamfights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 EMEA Regionals Finals. We've just had our match 1 between 3BL and Major Pride. Major Pride taking 2-0, but next up will be next Ruya against Portugal Young.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Turkish champs next Ruya, and they're going to be going up against the Portuguese squad, the Portugal Young game, the Western Europe's second place team. So that's going to be an interesting one. But again, this is one of those things where it's a best of 3. If you're eliminated, you're unfortunately out of this one.
Yes, absolutely. We shall have to see what they have in offer for us, because like we were saying in the introduction to the EMEA finals, right, that we didn't really know what was going to be waiting for us with Portugal Young, right?
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect on this one. I think that there's going to be a lot of pressure on that squad. I mean, the Turkish champs, you were talking about them a little earlier today. How about you talk us through some of these next Ruya squad members here?
Absolutely. We've got Liz, we have Rap, we have Ryu in the mid lane, we have Quasir in the farm lane, and then Bobnet in the support role. And some of these faces will be a little bit familiar, especially Liz and Bobnet. They will play it on IWNRX. So again, some very wise and familiar faces.
Yeah, and we're gonna expect. I mean, there are actually expectations on them because of the fact that we have seen them. There is some history on them. The Portugal young game is a little bit more. I would say there's not as much tape on them, right? We're gonna see Warlord, we're gonna see Carito, we're gonna see Sean, Yumiko, and of course Hunter rounding that one off. And this is going to be an interesting game. I think that this is probably one of the more hyped up games, I would say, going into this one because of the fact that, the Portugal young game is one of those things where we could see them flash. You know what I mean? There's like little areas of brilliance, I would say, that they're very good at times. But they're going to be going up against next Ruya, which is, no small feat of a team in and of itself.
Absolutely. I mean, next Ruya were able to go all the way through to the Turkish qualifiers to get here as well. So they were at top, the creme de la creme of their own qualifier. But this is where that picture of Portugal Young is going to start to get painted here, right? Because we're now going to be able to find out who they ban, who they pick. But so far, they're going for the staple ban, the Mai Shiranui, with the Motsu. So again, Motsu having a great appearance already within the Open Series Split 2. And then over to the side of next Ruya, we have the Hue 1. Again, huge appearance rate. And the Dolia getting banned out as well.
Yeah, but look at the picks up. Ogren, and Ming. Both of these guys there's going to be a lot of potential, right? But what do you think about this Ming and the pick there? Zhuang.
Yeah, I mean, Ming is definitely going to be support, right? So the Zhuangzi is, in my own ranked games, it's been in the Clash lane. So is that what they're going to go for here? Or is it going to be in the mid lane, which we have not seen in a competitive game before, right? We've been to EWC. We've both casted Season 2 Invitational. Never have we ever seen that, right? That's a little bit of a throw off here. My brain is quite scrambled. But it makes sense, doesn't it? Because they've gone for the Zhang Fei. And again, last game with 3BL was a great counter for the Zhang Fei. So, hey, they've already gone for the Ming, so they was like, oh no, we kind of need this pick as well.
Yeah, but they picked them back to back. So I think it's one of those things where you kind of played your cards a little bit more towards the second phase of this draft, where you kind of show Ming maybe as the mid, and then all of a sudden you as the roam, and then you kind of flex it into another position. But I do think the pick is all right. I just feel like they're a little bit on the squishier side, and I'm kind of worried about the Portugal young game draft thus far.
Yeah, I mean, they're lacking the burst, right? I mean, next Ruya are not lacking burst. They have the Ganem Mo, they have the Ali as well, which we know Ali is going to have to kind of sacrifice a lot of that what the resources for the mid lane would do is give over to the Ali, but Ganem Mo kind of needs it for that damage, and especially burst damage going through onto the side to put Portugal Young as well to counter the Orgrim. But looking at those bans, they are definitely orientated to stop the counters of Orgrim being picked up, like the Masashi, the Dharma as well. But then banning out onto the side of next Ruya is the Lady Sun and the Loon pick.
Yeah, and they're gonna Liang being picked up as well. And is this the all roam team? What's going on with the Alicio to kind of round out that draft? But this is an interesting draft. Your thoughts on this Portugal young game draft?
I mean, it makes sense now that they've gone for the Zhuangzi into the mid lane. Liang's going to be the support. No, Liang will be mid, sorry. So Zhuangzi will be into the Clash. Liang in the mid lane, Ming in the roam support role there, going for the Alessio, trying to go for the hyper carry, but very exciting that they've gone for the Alessio, right? Because we have not seen this pickup yet within the Open Series, let alone global esports, right? Not many times has that Alessio seen the light of day, but now the Red Hawk himself is on the Gorge.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to kind of see how he plays out. They're kind of, you've picked up the Augurin, and we just saw the dominance at EWC and how this is played. But they usually had a counter initiation or somebody else to kind of attract attention away from Augurin so that he can kind of pick people off. I don't really see that because almost everyone else is on the squishier side. This is a very glass cannon / control type of lineup. So again, I'm kind of worried about how this Portugal young game lineup is going to be because it's kind of difficult to play.
Very difficult, right? But I mean, they got to have had the brains behind them to go for this draft. There's a reason for everything. At least I would like to think so. All the rest of my beliefs in the world will just topple over the shoulders, and I'll just be a shell of a man after this game, this series. Be like, oh, what have we just witnessed?
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to find out. This is, of course, the second match, the first game, and this is going to be an interesting one because, again, it's single elimination, it's best of 3. This first game is going to dictate a lot of the pace. There's going to be a lot of pressure onto winning this first one.
I mean, so far we've seen the team comp here being 2-2, and then kind of the Orgren's going to be split between the Clash and the Jungle here or something, because the Zhuangzi is looking to kind of stay around and help the Liang because he's going head-to-head against the Ali, which is probably not the best matchup here for the young mage itself, but I'm just a little bit baffled here.
Yeah, they're going to change it up. I mean, you know, at the same time, next Ruya have kind of shifted as well. They're realizing that, hey, if they're going to play a little, you know, off meta and different lanes, we're going to do the same thing. And we're going to just try to get the best lane up matchup that we can do so that, you know, Quasari can get his farm and really carry this game.
Yeah, so far they're looking like a 4-man re-rotate here down to the farm lane. We see Ali now taking that default position into the farm lane as well.
Yeah, and they're going to... Okay, now the teams are kind of have a slightly more stock standard, I would say, laning phase. Quasari has made his way to the bottom lane as well as Bob. But look at Portugal young game right now. They seem to be sticking with this whole hold hands. We're going to go for this one. Gan and Mo. The Death at Sunset is already going to be committed, and Kirito is going to be fine. He's going to be... Oh, just barely gets away. The flash from Ryu. He's going to stay alive, but NRX is going to stay alive with all 5 members. Oof.
Yeah, Shun did a lot of damage there. We didn't see any kills go over to the side of Portugal Young Gaming, but we kind of saw the little bit of fate and the zest behind this draft, right? Like, we saw quite a lot of damage come from Shun there, aided by the Ming, because we know amplifies the damage, but also can do the damage reduction as well onto your opponent. So when you're going against something like the Monkey and the Zhongfei, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. And but you know, it's an interesting early game. Already 2 minutes in, we're seeing a little bit more skirmishes. We're seeing them really, like PYG right now, just really forcing or controlling and making sure that they're defending all of their objectives. Super key, ensuring that Hunter gets as much farm as possible, gets those buffs, which is super important for him to just kind of get farm.
Yeah, they've got to be careful how they navigate this part, right? Though it's kind of like the split the map in the middle. Like, mid lane is pretty much, hey, go and clear it, and then we'll go back down to farm. And then you can see the Orgren has not actually made his way to the Crimson Golem side of that map. He is literally sticking around the Zero Golem and just taking that and taking the Clash lane. But it's kind of working out for him. He's ahead of the gold of the enemy Monkey, who's just doing the kind of traditional jungle route.
Okay, PYG right now have done 2 things, right? The first, it feels like everybody on PYG right now is a bot and they're just following Hunter around, making sure that he gets as much farm as possible. The second piece is the fact that they're all grouped together. It makes it very easy for our observer to ensure that we track where PYG are at all times. But here's the blast, the Dream Roam. They're going to look to go for this one, but he gets so low, and he's going to go down. The Conductor of Souls is on point. Bobnet is going to get low as well. He's going to be killed, and Hunter, you were talking about the only hero that's alive gets the triple, and the rest of the bots are just attracting a lot of attention, but the Death at Sunset is on point, and they do end up killing Yumiko, but they try to chase with the Path of Passing, and Hunter is not scared. He gets yet another kill.
I'm giggling just, I think it's down to madness, right? Like, this shouldn't work. We've never seen this happen before. The fact that they've just split the map in half, Hunter gets a triple kill the first time we actually see him on the bottom side of the map. And that just went really good for PYG.
Yeah, it really went well. I mean, like, Hunter is level 8, okay? Putting that perspective, no one else is higher than level 6 on NR right now. This is a great spot for him. They've done a good job. They know that Ogren is very strong, and Hunter is piloting it very, very well in this early game.
Yeah, I kind of get the whole idea that keeping the one side of the map to the Orgren and then keeping the Clash lane for him as well. You don't have to travel as much, right? It's the lazy man's Orgren, but it's working. He is 4.1k to the enemy's 3k gold, and he's building some of those items. Itemization is steadily coming through.
Yeah, he's going to start hitting harder, and oh my gosh, Unbridled Outburst is going to be committed just to stay alive, and that's an ult down, and that's a pretty long, cooldown for that. But the Overlord had been taken by NR, so they've gotten something out of this.
Yeah, so at least they got one neutral objective right. We're going to see a mid-fight here.
Oh, they're going to go for this one. The Dream Roam just back to safety. NR, they fainted. They looked like they were going to go, but everybody gets back, realizing that the rest of the PYG squad, this is the best thing that you could, the hype boys, everybody that you want, your posse, your hunter, everybody's like just backing him up, man.
Yeah, it just seems like those rolling as a crew, right? I mean, we saw that Ryu was able to get a kill onto PYG there, so really putting them, trying to get them back on the cards in terms of that kill lead, but they are able to take up the T1 into the farm lane for PYG. This unorthodox play is kind of working.
It's kind of working. I mean, he's level 10, and now he's just like, okay, the training wheels are off. I can walk in the dark alley by myself. I don't need everybody here. We can figure things out. But now this T1 is being under siege. They do need to be careful. NR did a lot of damage, but now Hunter's shown, and everyone from NR is like, yo, I'm not dealing with that.
Yeah, I think the only problem I have with PYG's actual comp now is as NRX get up there in terms of their itemization, the more health, the more XP, they're going to be a lot more tanky, whereas aside of PYG, that's not going to be the case. The only thing they're really relying on is Hunter to just so-called the damage. We see the Eye of the Phoenix coming through for Orgren, so hey, it may be the saving grace.
Yeah, might be the saving grace, but they're going to go for this one. The Unbridled Outburst, that's going to be committed. They got two, and he actually just jumps on in, and he slaughters them down, and they've got the double kill. Chan is running for his life. He actually has to use the ult just to get to safety, but through it all, Hunter has scared them away, and he's not gotten any kills. All the eggs are in the PYG basket of Hunter. He's trying to force it down. The Forbidden Domain pushing him back, and it looks like Hunter will just try to chase, but not get any kills.
Yeah, nice save there from Bobnet, right, using the Forbidden Domain just to push him back, because if it wasn't the case for that, we would have saw NRX Liz go down in a blaze of glory. I mean, they had a fantastic fight down there in the farm lane. They're able to get the T1 thanks to the minions as well. I think this is now kind of shifting the goalpost into the favor of NRX.
Yeah, and they've changed it, right? You're talking about the shifting of the goalpost, very key for them. And NR are still trying to play somewhat standard. They're playing against a squad that's, again, they have the 4-man squad. They get the pick off of Sean. That's going to be a huge win for them. I mean, the rest of PYG, very squishy. So if you catch them out, I mean, they basically just crumble.
Yeah, with Sean down, they don't really have much damage here. They have the butterfly effect, but that may not be it.
Yeah, they're going to go for this one. The Slaughter, Warlord, they do get the pick off. They do have the couple blades just on the backside, just doing a lot of damage. But they're going to just force the issue more than anything else. They're not going to get too much. Maybe they invade the enemy jungle. They push away Hunter at least.
Yeah, they cooked in the early game, right, PYG? But so far, it looks like they are now getting cooked because there's a reason why the team comp of NRX is something that kind of surfaces a lot more within Honor of Kings. It's because it works. There is multiple factors in place. They have the access to the backline thanks to Liz. They have the Ganamo with very great burst. They have the Monkey as well. Great healing, great front line. And then they have Ali and the Zhang Fei, which is just solid a farm lane team comp.
Yeah. And I mean, they have pretty much the pieces. I do feel like PYG, though, they're kind of missing one. I think in the draft, we talked about the fact that the Ogren needs somebody to kind of attract attention. Someone a little bit, melee-oriented, a little bit tanky to kind of just take away some of the pressure, to keep everybody else alive. Because, again, the rest of PYG, that posse is very, very weak.
Yeah, I mean, with Warlord, you can kind of see what the method was with, especially like the likes of Elaine, right? That one that's able to try and get into the backline, but okay.
Conductor of Souls, they found Ryu. They've gotten something, and they do have the suppression as well, and they've got a second kill onto Liz. So again, Hunter chasing them away, the Dream Roam just trying to stay alive from that one. And it looks like this is starting to work. They're finding gaps, and now they're looking to invade the enemy jungle and take out the blue buff here.
Yeah, again, switch it around for themselves. They're still behind by 2.8k gold there, which can keep growing if they don't do anything with it. But I think it's the toss of the coin, right? Depending on whether that actual team fight's going to go for themselves. To see if PYG are actually going to come out on top within those engages, we don't know, because it all depends on where the focus comes from NRX.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And this is kind of like I would say the death ball comp by PYG, right? Yes, they can kind of go, Hunter, yes, is split farming right now, but NR, all they need to understand is where Hunter is. As long as they know where he is and keep, that distance, so to speak, that arm's length, and they can pretty much take the rest of the team. But it's one of those things where, again, vision is going to be super key for NR to ensure that Hunter is not in that middle of that team fight.
Yeah, given NRX's build, PYG are actually lacking a lot of armor pen. We don't see that second tier item come through that normally builds into the Axe of Torment or the Starbreaker onto the side of Sean. It's kind of just like they're hoping for that to be the last little bit, because we see him building the Shadow Ripper, we see him having the Eternity Blade, but it's missing that tier 2 item that we always see the likes of the Lady Sun build, the Lung pick as well, and it'd be really good against the Zhongfei, against the Monkey.
Yeah, it would really help out. I mean, they're definitely on the tankier side. NR have done a good job of understanding what their strengths of their lineup is. They're trying to find some sort of pickoffs, and that couple blades from the Gan Mo is actually going to do some work. So they do need to be careful and understand where Ryu is. They want to focus him. They want to try to get him down. Hunter and the art of the enemy team tried to 1 versus 5. He's going to go down. The Unbridled Outburst, and they've gotten another pickoff in Warlord. They're going to slow things down. They get the double kill onto Kirito as well, and now they've been pushed back. In PYG, all they can do is watch as the buildings are starting to crumble here.
This is pretty much a tried and tested reason why the PYG roster is not working right, is because as soon as Ogrun falls, you're kind of done for. Yumiko goes down, you're kind of done as well, and it looks like this could be game 1 done here.
Yeah, it's looking to end very soon. I mean, the minions are here. They're just going to focus the base. They're going to end this one in less than 12 minutes. And NR really, they're like, hey, you want to throw something crazy? You want to throw that curveball? Fine. We know how to deal with that. And they take that one in style.
Yeah, you can see them like kind of laughing, kind of. The only thing I can think that's going through their heads is like, oh, what were they thinking? I mean, it cooked. It was a little bit different. It had some flavors right towards the first part of that game, but the real way that kind of breaks up that team comp that we saw, that the map was split between 2. We had Ogrun just basically taking topside and mid, and then obviously the jungle as well around the Zhou Golem. But then we also saw that the rest of the team was just trying to focus the farm on the bot side, getting the Crimson Golem over to Sean. But as the late game develops, as you lose T1s, that kind of play just crumbles, right? So it's only effective for so long, and it only has a certain reach, because if you manage to get the lead, you've then got to kind of try and make accommodate these new kind of territories that you've got from the enemies. So again, it kind of cooked, but in the end, PYG there with that not quite orthodox roster got cooked by NRX in that first game, and you can kind of see it here with the stats.
Okay, I do agree with what you said, but I do feel like there's potential for that draft. I think that there needs to be some tweaks in terms of some of the pickups of the draft to kind of create a little bit more synergy with that Ogrun pick. They went all in on this one, and I think that it has a chance. I mean, he was 5-1-1. He had the most net worth in the entire game. They kind of knew what they were doing, but at the same time, at the very end, Hunter was taking fights that were not great. He was going in 1 versus 5, not what you want to do. But I mean, when you have almost 50% of the damage on your team, you're doing quite a lot, right?
Absolutely. It's a shame, right? It'd be nice to see these kind of team comps work, but you can kind of see that there was a little bit of a consideration for NRX's from what they drafted for the reasons why they picked up the Shuangzi. But at the end of the day, the rest of it kind of feels like they was like, hey, we're going to pick this regardless, and we're going to try and make it work. And unfortunately, they weren't able to, because you can kind of see what they were trying to do with Sean there was trying to make him that hyper carry, especially with the Ming, especially being roamed around with Shuangzi as well, is keeping them the shield over, making sure that he has CC immunity. But the problem was NRX had heroes that were just able to be very far into the backline, like the Elaine, like the Ali, being able to be very slippery, having the Ganon Mo being able to use the couple blades from very, very safe distance. So again, PYG, we get you, we see you, needs to be refined.
Yes, needs to be refined. It's an interesting draft of the, to spring up on a game 1, team like NR right there. I don't think that they were completely, shocked by it. It seemed like it had a little bit of potential, especially early. They were kind of, a little bit different. They're like, oh, how do we deal with this Hunter? But then once they got into the groove of this, they got the items that they wanted. NR really, I mean, almost every single team fight from then on, they kind of just won. So they had an answer for it, and they played very well.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that they played well, right? I mean, they were able to survive for around about 12 minutes, which most teams with solid comps, especially against some of the stronger teams within the Honor of Kings season, is they don't even manage to get there. But it is Ryu, another mid lane, taking the MVP. So Gan and Mo, first time in the Open Series, split 2, getting onto the scene and also getting that 105k damage, that 317 KDA, and then also with the 7.1k gold as well. So for the mid lane that wasn't meant to be taking resources, was able to do a lot within that game.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting seeing how they kind of bounce back on this one. Portugal Young Game through something that was completely different. Do they go back to more of a stock standard like meta type draft, or do they go back to, you know, this type of play where they just kind of, they're like, hey, all in on Hunter, making sure that he gets as much farm as possible to kind of carry us. But it's going to be very interesting. But we're going to find out. That was, of course, game 1. We're going to be taking a quick little break, and we will be back with game 2.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2, the EMEA Regional Finals. We've just had our Game 1 between Portugal Young and next Ruya. So, after that Game 1 there, Hauler, how are we feeling going into Game 2?
Look, I liked what Portugal Young game did in Game 1, right? They tried to change things up. They went with a little off-meta picks. They kind of went all in on the Hunter Ogren. I think that has potential. There's definitely some synergy issues, and they need to kind of complement that hero a little bit better with some of the more tankier ones. But again, I think that it's going to be interesting going into Game 2. Your back is on the, the wall, so to speak. Everything is on the line. You might be eliminated. What do you do at this point, Blam?
I think we just go back to the bans and picks, right? I mean, the Ogren, we can tick saying that worked. The Schwangse, that works. The Alessia didn't quite work because you're always susceptible to backline. Even though you can get out of there, you can basically, in the early laning phase, you can kind of just make that dust around your enemy to be untargetable and try and keep yourself alive. But when you've got the likes of the Gan and Mo being able to reach straight into the back of your team comp, it's a little bit troublesome for you. But getting into the bans and picks here, we see the Mai Shiranui getting banned, the Lung getting banned, Dolia, and the Ogren. So the one working mechanic on the side of PYG is no longer going to be available.
Yeah, and I mean, I just want to say with the whole, it's an interesting Alessio pick because they picked it last, right? And going into that one, it seemed like, the last pick is always one of those haha moments, like the times that you can trick people or whatever. But the Alessio, the counters were already on the enemy team. You already talked about the Gan and Mo. You had so many different ways to kind of AoE, deal with the Alessio, where he has that the smoke, so to speak. But it's one of those things where it's an interesting last pick. I don't think that they probably could have picked a better one in the end. Yeah,
absolutely. There was more great picks on the table, right? They didn't have the Marco Polo banned out. They didn't have the HoK being banned out as well. There was a lot to be sought for, but they tried to go for something, tried to make it work. Unfortunately, they didn't. And I suppose on the big stage, is that where you should really be doing that? Probably not. But hey, I'm not a coach. I'm just a caster. I'm here to just basically say, and okay. That's it. They surely have the method to the madness. But the lane coming through on the side of PYG is kind of looking like a little bit more of a sensible draft here, Hauler. We're seeing a little bit more of a back to reality.
Yeah, back to reality. This is it. This is probably more meta. The Arlie is definitely very strong. You talked about the Elaine already, but the Zhuangze, if I can say that correctly, it has a lot of play. It deals with the CC. It has a lot of control, and we've seen kind of almost every single game today. I think we've seen it.
So far, yeah. Absolutely. It's definitely tried and tested for the side of 3BL, I believe, picked it up 2 times because obviously it is a great counter for the Zhongfei. Zhongfei won't be coming through this time, however, unless we get a little bit of a doozy in the draft between PYG and those last 2 picks. But looking over to the side of next Ruya, they ban out the Musashi. Again, a great pick onto the likes of the Byron, onto the likes of Lady Jen, onto the Motsu as well. I feel bad for this hero, right? He's getting nothing but hate in that ban phase. He's constantly just being targeted unnecessarily. And then the Angela's getting picked off there as well because, again, for tankiness, for great back of the line access from a very safe distance, Angela is a fantastic pick. But then we look over to the side of the PYG. Dune getting banned out as well as the Marco Polo.
Yeah, and those are very targeted. They're trying to just limit what, NR can bring. As a Doom would be a great jungler. Marco Polo kind of rounds it out as well. So just really focusing on they don't want to deal with this. But the Lady Soon is going to be picked up instead by NR. And in return, they go with the Princess Frost, the poor woman's Lady Jun. But kind of rounded it out. PYG, what do you think about this Hamjin pick?
Hanjin. What is it about the EMEA region, right? I'm picking some very new, very highly debuted heroes in the Gorge because I don't even think we've seen Hanshin at all in any of the global competitions. But then we've also getting the Yukio Tachiurbana as well for the side of NRX. Again, a fantastic jungle pick. Being able to have that CC, being able to have that HP regen as well is a pretty solid lineup here for the side of NRX. Looking a little better for the side of PYG, a little bit more of a return to sanity.
Yeah, definitely so, right? And I think that this is a team that really kind of likes their damage dealers. They don't want that traditional style damage soaker of a tank. They just want to be like, hey, everybody can fight. Everybody can get on you. We have different multiple ways to kind of be very mobile and to kind of hit you from different angles. So, you know, PYG really want to take the fight to the enemy team. But again, back's on the wall, game is on the line, everything is at stake for PYG. Is this draft, do you think it's good enough to take on NR at this point?
I think only time will tell, right? It depends how they utilize the Zhuangzi as well, especially with the butterfly effect, with the cannon blast from the Motsu, because you can see what NRX are going for here, right? The Motsu cannon blast comes through, you either have the Byron or the Yukio on top of you then, because they can fly over the walls, they can dash in, they can knock up, and by that time that's happened, if you're quite a immobile hero like the Zhuangzi or the Princess Frost, you're going to struggle to get out of there.
Yeah, you're going to have some issues. And again, I think it really comes down to Warlord and Ryu, the mid counterparts, to kind of have that perfect positioning. Ensure that they can do damage from afar as long as possible, making sure that nobody really gets on you. So again, like a random cannon blast or, you know, some way to kind of control you. You got to be super careful that you don't step out of position.
Yeah, you can kind of see it with Hunter's build, right? Instead of going for the attack speed boots, he's going for that physical defense because he knows at any moment in this game, he could have Yukio on top of him. He could have the Byron as well, which is not a situation you want to be in when you are Hunter, when you're trying to get your farm up.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting. Again, Hunter was the big, you know, carry last game, but it looks like they're going to go with the Arlie on this one and not the Ogryn and forcing him out. But the Ocean of Tears on Deshawn, and it looks like they do a lot of damage, trying to chase them out, but it looks like they're going to give up on this one at the end.
Yeah, they can't kind of overcommit just yet, right? I mean, the T1's still open. There's a wave coming through. It just would have spelled disaster for the side of NRX. They know when to cut their losses.
Yeah, they do. And looks like they're going to be going for... you know, Kirito is going to get very low. This is one of those things where you don't want to be like losing the lane as he seems to be doing here, and as Liz has kind of bullied him away. And now that's kind of going into Sean's farm, so to speak. But in this bottom lane, a little bit of a skirmish. Quasari doing some damage. But again, Hunter, are you okay with just everyone... Oh, Kirito gives up first.
Yeah, we could kind of see it on the minimap. There was something brewing there, right? There was two members of PYG, but then a three-man engage into the enemy jungle from NRX, and it didn't end well for them. They did lose Kirito and Sean there. It's already going to be a 1.2k gold difference for the side of NRX, which is not where you want to be just yet going into the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, they're going to be trying to force the issue. Oh, this is the replay that we saw, you know, giving out first blood here, taking out 2, and Sean is going down as well. So not a great start for PYG. They need to figure out how to get some more farm on the map. They need to kind of be more aggressive. Hunter right now is only have, you know, he has a smaller posse and just Yumiko at this point. But again, all roads lead through Hunter.
Yeah, he's used to his full crew, right? He's like, the Warriors come out to play, and then all of a sudden NRX come out of nowhere, just like this.
Yeah, and Sean is already down for the count. Yumiko's going to be focused here, and he goes down. Hunter is down as well. They've got 3 members of the Death at Sunset just trying to get Liz. He Moonlight Flashes, but the force field suppression, he's got the shields, and now he's going to be focused by Quasari, who's trying to go in, goes for the rolling ray, does some damage with the ultimate shell, but he does survive. But 4 members down for PYG.
Yeah, not a good start for PYG. Not quite as dominant as we thought they had. And there we go, Kirito going down as well once more. Hauler. We see the NRX are up by 7 kills. They are up by 3.5k gold, almost 4k gold difference there. As the neutral objectives spawn, it's not looking like a great spot to be in for PYG.
those game ones, it's all about tempo and kind of momentum, right? Getting into this one. And PYG right now, really, they got punched hard in game one, losing that game. But going into game two, to bounce back, to have that mental fortitude, you got to be super strong and just kind of shake that one off. And it seems like they've kind of been shook and they haven't really, been able to bounce back in this game two, as they're actually down quite a bit in this game two.
Yeah, I mean, if NRX are playing this well with a technical difficulty right now, I mean, hey, they can have as many technical difficulties as they want, right? They are doing very well in this game too. And unfortunately for PYG, if they don't sort out their tempo or try and get a level head into this gorge, into this game two, it could be troublesome for them.
Yes. Definitely troublesome. Right now, it's just about baby steps. Just finding farm, get that one little pick off here and there. Don't go all in. Try to force the issue right now. Yes, you're behind, but the game is still far from over right now. You don't want to let the enemy team snowball and just take over all of the rest of the game. You still have a chance. You just got to understand how to get back in this game.
Yeah, and we saw it from 3BL, right? They adjusted in their game two that they were able to make sure that they focus on their resource gathering, which was the issue from PYG in game one, and it seems to be the issue here for PYG in game two. They're struggling to sort of get their gold onto the Arlie, which ultimately could be their win condition, right? A lot of damage from the Arlie could make a world different here for PYG.
Yeah, just give Hunter as much space and time as possible. Everybody else should just be about holding and defending your towers as much as possible. Get those T1s. Don't worry so much about kills. Hunter will carry you in the end. Don't let him, like in this case, group up and just try to steal farm as much as possible. Don't force the issue right now.
Especially when you got the likes of, yeah, they're not listening to you. You're not the coach. You're not the coach. You don't want to be grouping up when the enemy team has the destructive deluge on their side, right? That big AoE from the Lady Chen is troublesome.
Yeah, definitely troublesome. And but forcing it out, it's again, you just, man, you got to get as much farm as possible. Let Hunter work. Let Chan try to buy you as much space as possible. But it's a struggle right now, and they're just so worried about defending this T1 that they're not actually just getting that farm, which is being taken away in that bottom lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that NRX are kind of just like, hey, if you're not going to actually make use of your jungle, hey, we'll show you how. And it's kind of showing in the gold lead difference. They're up by almost 4k gold difference right now on the side of next Ruya, which going into 6 minutes, Hauler, is it's hard for the side of PYG to find their way back. You see that Hunter's level 8 as well.
Yeah, Hunter's level 8. He's trying to fight for this one, but they're so far behind. The damage, the winter is here, it's coming, and it ends up killing Rap. They do end up getting the kill. They got a second in Bob as well. Make that a third, and they got a triple kill on this one, and it looks like that's one way to being able to bounce back. They're going to take the Overlord here as well.
Take the Overlord, but they are able to hunt the Hunter. So Hunter goes down in that whole interaction. Are they going to steal this here? Liz and Quasar are going to give their best go, but no.
Oh, but the Quasari is going to pick off at least one right there. It gets Yumiko. Warlord is going to be focused as well, and both of them are down. So if anything, NR just, they gave up the Overlord, but they're going to take 2 in this one.
Yeah, they kind of had the leeway, right, to give over a few kills. They were already up by 10 kills, right? So giving a few kills over for a T1 is not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. The Death at Sunset already being committed at this point. That fake inside the box is going to be used, but they've gotten Hunter, and he tried to step away, not able to get away from them, and NR get the pick off onto Hunter.
Yeah, ultimate shell connecting right to the face in that brush, man. That was just deadly to watch. It's like, oh no, poor Hunter.
That's the worst. And again, this is the win condition. They need to keep him alive. They need to figure something out. The cannon blast from Bob just trying to run away. He's going to look to go for the Peacebringer, but instead they end up getting Warlord. They're going to get the nice pick off here, but they do get Rap in return, so they've gotten something, but it's a 1-for-1 thus far.
Yeah, Warlord was wrapped up within that engage there. Still not quite done. PYG are looking for some more, but I think it's safe to say that this would be the sensible part to actually just get back to restart at your T2 and try and just force away these minions, which is what they've done. They have the Overlord on their side. It may be chance for them to try and pick up a T1 and maybe gain some more dominance on the Gorge, but you can see that Hunter's only just built the Doomsday as well, which a lot of players normally go first item.
Yeah, and I mean, he's level 10, right? Sean is as well behind Quasari and Rap right now. So both of those guys are well advanced, you know, like well higher in terms of levels. And it's going to be uphill sledding for PYG. They need to figure out how to get back in this game. And they, again, get that Hunter as much farm as possible.
Yes, it doesn't look like it, though. I mean, they're very clumped together with Hunter. He's not trying to go to these lanes, go to these jungle camps that are on the Azure Golem side. And right now, if he decides to step into the Crimson Golem side, it's going to be Pain Town for him, as NRX are just waiting. They're cleaning up. They're starving him of all those great pieces of gold.
Yeah, and Hunter here, I mean, the Arlie is a different hero than the Ogren, right? So he needs to play very, you know, to the maximum risk and the maximum distance, so to speak. He gets picked off Hunter. Oh no, he goes down already, and that's a huge one. The Death at Sunset, and they're going to get the return kill. They've gotten Bob and Liz in return, so they've gotten something, but that T3 bottom has already been taken out and are looking to end the game. Are they not? Are they going to be thrown away? Sean is going to be killed. That's a double going the way of Quasari, and with the base wide open, they're trying to go, and it looks like they've got a nice meteor kill. He's going to be killed in return. Quasari gets the triple, but he has no minions, and it's going to slow this one down.
Yeah, 3 seconds until Ali is back up onto the Gorge, but it is going to be a lot longer for those minions to come through, so still...
He just got picked up. NR, we're waiting for Hunter to come back, and they're like, all right, we're going to kill you again, and then we'll take the base, pad the KDA, and it looks like they're going to move on.
Yes, so it does look like, unfortunately for PYG, that is where their open series split 2 ends for them. But the next Ryu, the pride of Turkey within this one, is going to continue going forward. So we have our 2 semi-finalists. So that's going to be major pride going against next Ryu tomorrow. So that'll be the first semi-finals match. But we still have a few more to roll out and confirm there towards these last 2 games of the day. But how did you think that went for PYG in game 2? Did it go better? Did it go worse?
I think it went worse, right? I think the stock standard draft, they tried to go into a more traditional type of draft. Didn't really work out for them. And unfortunately, that road ends for them. They're going to be out on this one. But, you know, this is a team that still had a lot of potential. I think in game 1, I think if they're going to do something crazy, they stick with that, right? They tried to go more traditional on this one. Unfortunately, it didn't really pay off. And I mean, if we're looking at the KDAs, really tough game for PYG.
Yeah, really interesting to see the Spark Forged Dagger on Ali there. That's a little bit of a strange one for me. Normally you go for the Doomsday, then go for the Eternity Blade, maybe even the Shadow Ripper coming through. But the Spark Forged Dagger, we can kind of see why they wanted to go for it. It's for a little bit more of a zap, a little bit more attack speed. But you can see here the difference between Quasari and Hunter is that gold difference, right? And also that damage dealt. We see that Quasari, Rap are all in that 30 percentile when it comes to the damage dealt, which is very huge for the side of NRX.
Yeah, huge. And that's kind of what you want. You want your cores to be doing as much damage as possible. And I mean, Quasari was like, what, 6-0-1? Definitely controlled it. They've got almost all of the neutrals except for a single Overlord here. NR really just closing the game out, understanding objectives and timings. NR played that very well in game 2.
They really did. And I mean, that gold graph's really just showing that it's a... If you were to miss that match completely and you'd see that gold graph, you're like, I see what happened. Between the mid part of the game, they did lose 4 members on the side of NRX, but then after that, they learned from it, they went forward, and they demolished with an even steeper climb in that gold lead graph. And you can see in these highlights that NRX just had a little bit more of a wits to them. They were able to get in and out with the Yukio Tachirban, and then also the likes of the Byron as well. But I have to say that the Winter is Coming and stuff like that was a great tool for the side of PYG. It opened up some really great team fights for them, but it just wasn't enough, right? I feel like if they drafted this in game 1, we could still be seeing potentially a better game 2 and then even a game 3 between these two teams, because even though NRX had a great domination in this one, I feel like PYG have got like a little bit of a second wind, but unfortunately, because it's the best of 3, they won't get to display it.
Yeah, they won't get to display it. And I mean, they had an opportunity. They won that one team fight in their own jungle. Then they went for the Overlord. And that was a bit of a greedy play considering the stage of the game and how much life they had. They probably should have pushed out the lanes instead. I mean, they traded 2 members for the Overlord. I don't know if that was the greatest trade, but the MVP of that game, Ryu, does this one, are you okay with this 2-1-10 by the Ryu?
I mean, he did quite the same kind of performance in Game 1, right? He was Game 1 MVP, Game 2 MVP. Hey, if he wants to shine, let him shine, because that Lady Jen has been one of those picks that's really pushed the mid lane players within Honor of Kings to the limelight. They've been able to get into that MVP position. But the thing with Ryu is he was able to get there in Game 1 with the Ganon Mo, right? So Ganon Mo, a lot of damage, but the utility from Lady Shen is a lot different. But before we get into our match 3 of the day, we are going to take a short break, guys. Next up, we do have Axe MENA against Hurricanes of Feather. So don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you soon.
aggressive, baiting out the ultimate from Redsky. But hey, it doesn't matter, I can be on target.
Очень плохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jinx, so Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series 2024 Split 2. We are in the EMEA Finals, and we are with MENA, Hurricane of Feathers. My name is Holland. With me is Blam. Your thoughts on this third series of the day?
I mean, it's going to be really interesting, right? I mean, Hurricane of Feathers were the third seed from the Western European region, and then obviously MENA were the first seed. So again, it's first going against third. That's some difference in terms of competition, right? But just having a quick little overlook of that brackets and how it's updated now. So semi-finalists are your Major Pride and next Ruya going forward for tomorrow's first match of the day. And then obviously the next two matches are going to decide who will be following suit in the semi-finals.
Yeah, man. And you're kind of sounding like my partner in the sense that you keep talking about the past. Let it go. We're about the new series. This is going to be MENA and Hurricane of Feathers. I think that there's going to be a lot of fireworks on this one. I think we saw a couple 2-0s. I think that this one is probably the closest one. Hopefully we get to see that third game. I think that's the elusive one and kind of seeing the nail-biting game 3 going into this one. But I think that this is the series to do it if we're going to see it. But of course, this is going to be MENA. It's going to be Adam, Travis, Giant. I'm Dan, and of course, Abadi going into this one. We have a lot of high hopes on this team.
Yeah, I mean, this team have been in many tournaments so far, right? Whether it be part of MENA or different teams, but the likes of Travis, 7M Dan, and Albadi as well, they've all been pretty much within these previous tournaments of the Honor of Kings Global Esports, but it's all about how they've improved, right? So that's really what's going to be the ends maker if they can beat Hurricane of Feathers, but they are Wolf, Mr. Fury, CHS, we have Iuso Maze Novu, and Bruno in the farm lane. So that is your competition for the side of MENA. And these are all new players to me. I have not seen any of these play before, so it's a little exciting.
Yeah, it's a little exciting. It seems like there's a lot of hype for this team, Hurricane of Feathers. There's a lot of fans already. So it's going to be interesting to see how they perform here. Of course, all of these series are a best of 3 single elimination. So if you lose, you go home. And obviously, Hurricane of Feathers, if you're one of those fans, they need your support. They need your energy to kind of, carry them through this one because they're going up against the Titan of MENA, the MENA champs. And I think that there's going to be huge expectations going into this third series here.
Absolutely, but the one thing that I think Hurricane of Feathers is probably going to learn from PYG is not to cook in game 1, but to try and look for that victory, look for that great bans and drafts. And we're already seeing a few promising things here on the board, right? You have the Dolly being banned out, you have the Mai Shiranui. Sorry, ladies, big appearance throughout the entire of the tournament, but unfortunately, you are not on the Gorge for game 1. Over to the side of MENA, they ban out the Organ, they go for the Ali. And what happens when the Organ gets banned? The Hugh Huan comes through, followed by the Lady Jen on the side of MENA.
Yeah, and the Zhang Fei is going to be picked up as well. We've seen plenty of that throughout. The Princess Frost almost always in return against the Lady Jean here. But the Lady soon picked up by Axe here. Just the all-female lineup, I like it from MENA thus far.
Yes, very progressive, very progressive. We see the ladies coming through and the Hugh Huan. So we're getting music, we're getting ladies. It's all a treat. But I think the one thing that MENA have got to do right is replicate how Major Pride played it, because they need to make sure they're able to give the resources over to the Lady Sun, which makes sense for the Lady Jen, because we don't give up much resources to this hero in the early game. We make sure that it's all being funneled through to Lady Sun so we can get that hero activated and do as much damage with those ultimate rolls and landing those ultimate shells. But going into the second ban phase here, Masashi, unfortunately for myself, Masashi main gets banned out. Ming also, because obviously when Lady Sun comes through, we generally get that Ming follow-up.
Yeah, it's a nice little compliment. I mean, they synergize quite well together. Unfortunately, it hasn't been picked, or it will not be picked, excuse me, because it's been banned out. But let's talk a little bit about this Loong here, right? It was the first pick. Obviously, we saw it do quite well in some of the other series as well as the EWC. But countering it with the Lady Soon, are you comfortable with that matchup one-on-one?
I mean, it's been a matchup that's pretty much been consistent throughout the entire of the rest of the Open Series, right? It just all depends on which one of these heroes is going to get the resources that they need. And it all comes down to the rotations and the oppression that they give into the enemy jungle, right? Like the Hue1 being able to travel in there. We saw quite a few times from Influence Rage, Raikou playing the Hue1 very aggressive, just denying the jungle of the farm, but also giving it over to their farm lane. But in response, we're getting the Shuang Yu, which is a huge pick up into the Clash lane. He's able to push away, pull them wherever you want them to go. He is going to be dictating these engages, right? He's going to be making sure that he's able to pin down or move the Princess Frost. But Hurricanes of Feathers are probably looking for a counter here with the Dune and the Elaine, making sure that it's not as easy to pin them down.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here, and I think it helps complement what Yuan wants to kind of do, which is kind of also up in front, and Xiang Yu can be the counter initiator. I mean, they can take turns depending on how they want to do this, and seeing what exactly is out there. But the Dune pick and Elaine, I kind of like this combination. I feel like there's a lot of, they complement each other quite well. They're in your face. They want to get to the back line. They have a lot of options. But now Axe, final pick, they pick up this Soon Bin. Is the time flux enough to kind of keep them alive?
Well, I think so, right? We've saw this many times, especially with EWC, MSI. I believe it was with the Brazilian teams picking it up for the first time at that point, and it really made a literal shift in the meta of that one competition overnight. And it's really shown here because Sunbin is able to give you that movement speed, but she's also be able to put that time lapse down where she can basically silence your enemy team. So if they're going to go for a big, great engage, this is a great counter for that.
Yeah. No, I like that. And it kind of, helps them out. Yuan, if gets caught out, even if you have the Unending Sorrow, you still have that, that time flux to hopefully get you to safety. You don't have the Celestial Melody from the Dahlia, which was banned. So they kind of have to use an alternative here. So I think it complements it quite well. But now that we're going to go into this series, of course, game one being super important in this third match, who do you give the edge to just by looking at the drafts themselves?
I mean, if they can keep their backline alive, right, depending on how Warrior plays the Loong, we saw some fantastic performances on the Loong being used as an aggressor, but then also using that ultimate whilst your team are trying to deal the damage over to the side of your opponents, and then landing back down and just doing those finishing strikes, which we know he can do. He deals a lot of damage, and honestly, I could see that Hurricanes of Feathers could be up for a brawl in this game.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. And one thing to take note of, I mean, the Hurricane of Feathers right now, Mr. Fury, of course, with the smite, but Yusu Mas, I'm going to just, he's also got the smite as well. So something to take note of, potential steals, especially early game. This is something that they can kind of take out with, they kind of catch you off guard, right? It might be a stolen buff here and there, especially in the early game.
Yeah, we've got high expectations for this Zhongfei, right? We've had very aggressive rotations from Kashiba tier as well. So very much high expectations for the side of Hurricanes of Feathers. We've already seen that aggressive engage into the enemy jungle as well with Hue1, as well as Sunbin. We could have a big engage here as well. There have a few level 4s on the side of Axe MENA, but there's also a dash going up into the Clash lane as well. So quite a few bits of brawls going on, but no one dying here just yet. The ultimate shell coming through for Bardi. It goes over first blood. Great allocation there for Axe MENA.
Yeah, good use of spells, just kind of understanding who was most vulnerable and out of position. Mr. Fury, unfortunately, was. He really had no chance at getting that Crimson Golem, so he got kind of caught out, right? So it's a situation where the rest of a Hurricane of Feathers, we'll just call him HOF from now, everybody was kind of getting out of dodge, and yet he was kind of sticking around, probably not where you want it to be. He was maybe going for the Unruly Blade escape, but unfortunately not able to do so. Axe with great control, and that's exactly what you want.
Yes, and we can kind of see that Badi and Giant have rotated up to the clash lane just to make sure that Adam is able to get out of there alive, because we've already seen Wolf putting a lot of pressure onto the side of MENA in that clash lane. And rightfully so, because they lost their first blood over to the side of MENA. It was the Lady Sun picking it up as well, being able to claim that Azure Golem from that first kill as well. So that's a great little Brucey bonus for you.
Yeah, and it's not even 3 minutes, but we just see the game plan of MENA, and the strategy has been successful for them. This is why they're there, and right in the sense that they're being very aggressive. Everything is contested by HOF. They're having a hard time even securing their own jungle. They've been forced away, and now they have to fight even for boards.
Yes, there's the Unbridled Air Rage come through as well. 7M Dan may be getting caught out here. The CC does come through untargetable. The Unending Sorrow is placed there, keeping him alive. But we do see that Body is gone down, so it is a 2-2 trade so far. Half Wolf on the run, but goes down to Lady Jen. So overall, a great engage there from MENA. A little bit messy, but still could be some on the cards here.
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to get, a slight advantage. Yes, you got the 3 for 2. You'll take that any day of the week, especially early. But now they're contesting the Crimson. And again, HOF, look at how many resources. They have 4 members just to ensure that Mr. Fury gets this buff here. That's how, they're trying to secure their jungle and, almost like they're almost not really, feeling secure about securing their jungle.
It's a little bit of a mental mind game, right? You're just making sure that they don't feel safe in their own spaces. And MENA are doing this beautifully, but there we go. Long getting caught out there by the side of MENA. Not quite finishing just there. Shuang Yu, his ultimate doesn't quite land onto Zhang Fei, but that could have been fatal for the side of Hurricanes of Feather. They're able to pick up the neutral objective, which could be huge.
Yeah, could be huge. They've picked up the Overlord here. Now they're going to be on the run. I think they'll be fine, but I do want to talk a little bit about Warrior there. He was kind of out of position because he thought that he could use the Infinite Vastness, but unfortunately, he didn't use it fast enough, and he just did get caught out.
Yes, but here's the Death on Sunset trying to keep Wolf alive. But unfortunately, is a 3v2 with CHS being there. He's not be able to give over much utility other than that really late winter is coming. It's thanks to global warming that has come through. Winter is very late on the side of Hurricanes of Feathers. And what also is late is that Unbridled Outrage getting ported into the Azure Golem, which really opens up CHS as a target for the side of MENA. They are still here. They have the minions coming up into that T1 in the mid lane, whilst Half are trying to push that T1 in the farm.
Okay, that CHS was just like, damn you, global warming. If it could have just gone a little bit more damage, they could have gotten the pickoff. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Giant does walk away. He was at a sliver of life. He gets alive, but now, Unruly Blade, he gets the safety.
Yeah, 7M Dan really putting some pressure here into the enemy jungle. No matter where he is, he's putting pressure, and it's really showing here because even in the level difference right now, 7M Dan, level 10, Mr. Fury, not so furious with a level 8, and there's the ultimate shell coming through for Badi, but getting picked off into the back lane for Wolf. We see the Death on Sunset come through. Travis goes down.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Double kill also going over to MENA. Very brawly fights. The Unbridled Rage pushes the Hue-1 into the turret, but the untargetableness comes through as well. Is it going to be enough for 7M Dan to stay alive? Giant trying to come in with a time lapse there, but it's not going to land onto Wolf. It is a prolonged engage. Wolf is now on the run, on the receiving end of what could have gone for him as a kill onto Hue-1.
Oh, Giant there. That's the perfect play for the roamer. Gets the time flux, ensures that he does survive, because Dan, he had committed everything. He was just walking out of there, just barely survives going up against Wolf, who was just looking for that, the marks to get that nice meteor kill. Unfortunately, not able to do that, but X somehow survives, and they've got a 4K net worth lead. And yeah,
Mr. Fury almost getting caught out there. The Unbridled Blade comes through, Unruly Blade, sorry, comes through and is able to save his life. Also looking at saving lives, it is the Death on Sunset. A little bit of an oxymoron there. It was life-saving, but from a Death on the Sunset by the Elaine, we're seeing that the Zhang Fei is almost getting caught out here, and we have to pay attention to MENA's itemization here. They're going for the armor penetration, and it's working against the Beast.
Oh my gosh, Travis solo somehow survives, gets back to safety. But again, Axe playing their heroes to the limit, ensuring that they push everyone back. They take the mid T2, and this is looking to be a bit of a game for Axe as they're kind of controlling the tempo as well as the map here.
It's the problem with the Huan pick, right? It's very controlling. You can basically set that tempo yourself. If she is a musician, that is pretty much the hidden skill of most musicians, right? Is that be able to create the tempo, but also create that space and pressure that is needed on the side of Axe MENA right now. And it's working very well for their team. The Unbridled Rage comes through. Adam is looking pretty low. They're able to take the T2, however, and we see that Zhongfei is on the run. So is Wolf, taking a lot of damage from the Huan. There is a lot of skills being placed here. We do see the leap over the wall there, trying to just push them away, trying to give some space for Long. He's able to get the pick up onto Adam, but that is soon turned around. Mr. Fury is going down.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. You know, Axe, I think, are happy to take that trade at the end of the day. You know, a body's still alive. You're able to push. You have other options, right? You're still invading the enemy jungle, but you were talking about Amdan and the Yuan just playing a lot of music. I mean, I don't mind musicians, and I do like the music that they play, but Yuan's music to me, it's not really music to my ears, if you know what I mean.
Hey, she can have the unending sorrow, but she can then also have the turnaround, the very positive healing spell. She's the best of both worlds, right?
Yeah, but even the song, like the skill names, like Tragic Beauty, Mournful Tempo, Unending, everything's so sad, man. It's so negative, it's so emo.
Hey, it's from the 90s. It's grunge, baby. It's grunge.
But it looks like they've got the pick off onto Wolf. This is a good start for Axe. It looks like they're going to want to go more.
Yeah, I mean, there is a potential for an engage here, right? They have the minions coming down in the farm lane, which could be crucial for this T2 in the farm lane. Chuang Yu looking for the back line as well, trying to just get a pincer movement. And there we go. The knock into the wall is pretty huge here, but speaking of huge, we see Zhongfei transform into the beast with the Unbridled Outburst as well. A lot of damage going up at CHS. And speaking of damage, we are seeing the higher ground turret be taken down as well. We are potentially seeing Hurricanes of Feathers already pretty much pinned against that crystal, and there's nobody left other than Mr. Fury and CHS to kind of ride that out. Unfortunately for the side of Hurricanes of Feathers, Axe MENA taking that first game one with a really swift, a very precise win.
What a clean game by Axe MENA, right? I think the Zhang Yu at the very, very end, that charge in the bottom lane, that was game winning, right? The fact that he caught both of them out, did get the kill. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do. What a great game by Axe MENA, and just proving why they're the MENA champs. They were very strong in that game.
Yeah, definitely a lot more coordinated than I've actually seen or witnessed them in previous matches. Sometimes they seem to, when they lack the control, then it kind of goes a little bit topsy-turvy. There's not any momentum for them, whereas this time around, it's the first time I've seen them since they've had a few changes to the roster. I believe the coach is a little different as well now, and they definitely are improving in terms of gaining that control. But it's all down to that Huan pick, right? The control that 7M Dan had in that entire match was just phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenal. I mean, the 614 speaks volumes about how he played. He was just playing the hero to the limit, and he was baiting out a lot with the Unending Sorrows. Just made it very difficult for, you know, HOF to kind of draw a bead and try to lock him down. They were struggling for that, but, you know, I got to give a shout out to the rest of the squad. Adam played very well on the Xiang Yu. Giant was on point with those time fluxes, 1-0 and 10. You know, shout out to all the roamers out there. I'm a roam player, and I see good roam play, and I'm going to give a shout out to Giant here.
A game recognizes game, right? But like I said in the match, you can kind of see the armor penetration coming through in that itemization that really helped against the Dune and the Zhongfei, because a lot of these teams don't catch on to what you need to actually beat the Zhongfei and the Dune. But going for the armor penetration, dealing that damage like the Huan, like the Lady Sun as well. 44.5% of the damage dealt from 7M Dan alone is huge, right? And it kind of really plays into this gold graph.
Yeah, and Isuma he had the most amount of damage, I think, on the team. I mean, he had 30% of the damage, and that's coming from the roam. I think there's something wrong with this squad when your roamer is doing the most amount of damage. And I mean, if we're looking at the neutrals, I mean, nothing too crazy. 2 Tyrants taken up by Axe. Very quick game, under 10 minutes. So, they were just pretty much running at you almost the entire game.
Yeah, it was from that moment of first blood, right? The way that they got that first blood was by literally entering the enemy's front lines, which most teams could only dream that they have the confidence to do that and have the team members that they can rely on to get into the enemy jungle to actually get a positive outcome from it as well. But just the knockups from Travis as well, phenomenal on the Lady Jen. But overall, these Axe MENA was a very well-oiled machine, and these highlights are honestly just showing that.
Yeah, and also HOF, it seemed like they were sticking around some of the team fights for too much. Like, the rest of the team wasn't on the same page. Like, some people were retreating, some people were going in, and it seemed like they weren't, like, in sync with one another. Like, Mr. Fury going in, but the rest of the team is like, trying to run away. Obviously, Mr. Fury is going to be, focused there, and he's going to be killed. Yeah. So, again, even in the highlights, you're seeing exactly, the team is not just well-oiled as MENA is here.
Yeah, there was one direction and one direction only, and the only person showing that direction was Hugh So 7M Dan getting the MVP, honestly, he deserves it, right? He definitely set the tempo, he set the cause and the reaction for what this game needed to be for MENA to go through with a breeze of a victory in game 1. So 96k damage, 614 of the KDA, and also taking 38.9k damage also. So across the board, all those boxes are being ticked.
Yeah, all the boxes, damage, healing. I mean, Ewan also adding sex appeal to the team. Like, I mean, sorry, but there's so many different things that he had, and Amdan played really, really well. I think he's clearly MVP, understanding the limits of the hero, just exactly what you want from the Ewan jungle player here.
Yeah. Absolutely. But before we get into some more melodies, hopefully the Hue-1 will get banned in game 2. So Hurricanes of Feathers have a little bit of a chance, but we're not going too long for a break. We'll be back soon for game 2 between these two teams.
spores that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
MENA with a clinical game one, taking it over Hurricane of Feathers. Blam, your thoughts on that game?
I mean, we covered it in that post game, right? The MENA just seemed like a more well-oiled machine, whereas there was a lot of push and pull from the side of Hurricane of Feathers. Like, they didn't really know which direction to go. Was it commit? Was it not commit? Just seems a bit like a bit of a bad marriage, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Interesting that you went that far. Okay. I hope you're not speaking from experience here, but nonetheless, we're going to be going into game two. We don't have to go into that right now. But MENA really did stick it to them in that sense. Just really kind of controlling the game. I mean, we did talk about it in the post game, but going into this one, I think that Hurricane of Feathers, like, they have the potential. It just seems like, again, it's just the shot calling needs to be a little bit cleaner. They need to get on the same page. But unfortunately, this is game two. Their backs are on the wall. Everything is at stake. Lose, they go home.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is they haven't banned it to HoK, so maybe Hurricane of Feathers are going to take it for themselves. Yes, they are. That would be a little bit of a test of sanity for me right now, is the fact that they didn't ban it, but then wouldn't pick it. Would have been really, really interesting. But this is where they've got to try and make that difference from game one, is that if they're going to take this HoK, they've got to be aggressive with it in the early game, like we saw from MENA, but they've also got to dictate the pace of the team and where that team go, because that could be the issue, right? We could have the composer herself, but then the decomposed would be completely the teammates that are just going in a different direction. But I want you to highlight that pick in the MENA for me, Hauler, because if I do it, I might just scream.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with the Musashi pick. Obviously, Blam, you're a huge fan of this, and we haven't seen him throughout because of the fact that he's been banned in every game. But being able to pick it up here, this could speak volumes about this team. MENA, not scared. They want to take the fight to the enemy, and it goes in. I mean, Yuan, yes, you have a lot of sustain. You have that heal. You have that unending star to keep yourself alive. But if you're getting gone on by Musashi, it's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah, I'm so happy he finally gets to get on the Gorge. It's probably one of my favorite picks of all time in the jungle, right? We see it many times in the competitive scene, especially at MSI. We saw players like VKS Danny just being absolutely brutal with it. And it really matches 7M Dan's playstyle, especially on the HoK, right? Not scared to go in. He's able to just commit. And especially if he builds into the Sage's Sanctuary towards the mid to late game, you're just going to give this unrelenting hero a second win, which is very scary. But also, speaking of scary, is these bans, right? The Lady Jen gets taken off by the side of Hurricanes of Feathers. So again, another MENA pick that have been taken out, and the Dharma and the Byron in the Clash lane being taken out.
Yeah, banning. I mean, one side is kind of banning the mids, the other one's is kind of banning the banning the clash lanes. There's a lot of sustain already from Axe. I mean, you have the Ming as well that can kind of boost up everybody and just kind of be super annoying. But how do they deal with this? Yuan, Zhang Fei, other than Musashi just running at them, you need to have answers, and it looks like the Zhang Yu is going to be one of them.
Yeah, you kind of need to be able to dictate where they go, or basically just eliminate their control, right? That's the best thing to beat somebody that wants control, is you take control instead. You basically be that driving force. And I think the Zhang Yu here, paired with the Lady Sun, with the Ming also, is a great way to burst down the likes of the Zhang Fei. But then you've got to watch out for the likes of the Elaine being able to dive in onto the back lane to try and take out the Ming. It's going to be a pretty brawler-like match, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawler match, but okay. The Prince of Lanling, awesome. And as well as the Elaine to kind of round out that draft. They want to run at you. They want to go and, kill you as quickly as possible. But, Axe MENA, I don't know if they're going to be playing scared. Like they have, heroes like the Musashi, the Xiang Yu that actually want to be up in your face and they want to fight. So I don't think that they have really too much to worry about against HOF at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the Prince of Lanling is a very great pick here because, again, obviously when he's in shadow mode and he comes out and he uses the secret skill strike, it CCs one of the enemies, right? So he's going to be trying to target and burst down either the Lady Sun or the Ming. But a great counter to this is the Shangguan. We've been waiting for this for some time. If Kim was here, he would be probably screaming right now. He's been basically saying, hey, they need to do this. They need to bring out the Shangguan a little bit more burst. Hey, bring out the Shangguan. No one ever brought out their Shangguan. So for now, for the Shangguan to come through and the Musashi in one day, I think I can go to sleep peacefully tonight.
All right, I'm going to do my best Kin impression on that Shangguan pick of... No? Close? I mean, he would be happy, right? I'm close to at least his pitch level, right?
He would be buzzing. He'd be buzzing just as much as me. I'm bubbling inside from the Musashi pick, but I don't want to make it seem too obvious that I have a favorite here. But anyway, we're on to the Gorge of Game 2. I'm really interested to see how they play this Prince of Lanling, right? Because it does take a bit of skill. You have to be sneaky. You have to take your shots at the right time. Because if you miss the sling, if you miss the strike, it's pretty much hard to then recover from a Prince of Lanling.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. Like, he has to be perfect. The ganks need to be on point. He needs to stay in the shadows, ensure that he gets the perfect pickoffs. Because, again, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Mr. Fury to ensure that this team really survives. Because, again, to your point, if, the Prince of Lanling falls behind, they're going to have a rough game.
Yeah, interestingly enough, they go for the Hue one into the mid lane as well. So again, not going to be really able to go with a lot of tempo. So it's not really going over to the right person, I would say. But showing from Mr. Fury's Game 1 plays, he's not really one to show direction. So maybe, hey, CHS may be the shot caller in this one.
And they just need to listen. Whatever he says, you just go. If you all die together, fine. But at least everybody's on the same page. Like, we ride together, we die together. Bad boys for life.
Literally, as they go in onto Axe Giant here, pretty low, as well as a body. They get the first blood. Hello. Hurricane of Feathers actually getting the first blood in Game 2. This could be the comp that they need. 7M Dan is waiting in the bush. Musashi just waiting for that right person. It probably won't be the Zhongfei. You can notice that the Prince of Lanling is there. Mr. Fury tries to get the sling onto the Musashi, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I always like the fact that whenever Prince of Lanling is stealth, you see like the little icons. But I always think of it, Prince of Lanling is just smelling really bad, so people just have an idea that he's nearby because his aura is just terrible. But I think that, Mr. Fury right now, level 4, this is the moment, right? You need to ensure that you're farming as well as getting the ganks, and he's put a lot of pressure on. Definitely got that first blood because of him. Really good play by HOF.
Yeah, fantastic first blood. It's definitely what they were missing in Game 1, right? It was that sense of dominance, that sense of just being able to throw in these brawls. We see the Sun Blazing Arrow come through. Is he going to land on the Zhang Yu? Sorry, it is. And it could be fatal here. We see the burst come from the Zhongfei, and we pointed it out in Game 1. He was the guy doing the most damage. Mr. Nervo there, again, getting another kill.
Oh, Burning Sun Arrow. Okay, one thing that was really great by Bruno was the fact that he's in the bottom lane and he was pretty much by himself. So they didn't have vision of him, and then throwing out that Burning Sun Arrow, they couldn't give the heads up. Usually when, if, in this case, Body was nearby, he could have been like, oh, it's coming, so you got to be careful. You got to be in better position or whatever it is. But there was no heads up. And so he got caught out, and it was just a really nice Burning Sun Arrow there.
I think the prize was meant to be Body, right? But the consolation prize was the Zhang Yu. He was just kind of like, oh, he's in the bush. Guys, go, sort of thing. But hey, if it works, right? Sometimes fate is best laid there. Rather than any kind of planning, just, hey, I'm just going to aim my arrow into that mid lane and hope for the best. And those dreams and hopes definitely landed that Blazing Sun Arrow in the right place at the right time. Because now we see the HOF are above with 2 kills, not quite ahead with the gold. field. It's very pretty much balanced right now, but we could see that scale skip as the Shangguan goes in onto CHF. This final stroke comes through, taking down Huan.
Oh, he couldn't even get the unending sorrow off in time. Just an ambush. He was just waiting in the wings, and he was just ensuring that, you know, they actually did not know that Travis was hiding in that Crimson Golem bush, so it completely caught him off guard. Everybody all of a sudden was on their attack, and CHS got caught out, and now they took the Tyrant. Axe really finding ways to get back in this game, and now they're in the lead.
Yes, the Zhang Yu being quite close by the Prince of Lanling is probably trying to focus that... provoke the Prince of Langling right now, trying to push the skills over to him, but it doesn't look like Mr. Fury is taking that bite. And to be honest, that's probably the most sensible thing from the side of Hurricane of Feathers. We have the Masashi going in, the duel on death on duel to the death, sorry. There's a lot of duels going on here. Shangguan getting the pickup onto the Ho Yi, and then again a double kill going over to Huan. We are getting some discrimination on the Gorge. Huan is just taking strikes from Zhang Yu all the time.
Oh, you doubt Axmina? No way. They're going to take 4 members down and again get themselves in a great position. They're forcing the T1 mid, pushing it down. They take this one out, and that net worth lead is completely shifted. Axmina in the driver's seat. Now Mr. Fury on the run. Yes, he's stealth, but Axe don't care. They're like, hey, we can take you down. We can take whatever we want. Axmina right now just in full control.
This is the difference between these two teams, right? That we're seeing clearly displayed right now is that the macro is a little bit different for the side of Axmina. There's the Blazing Sun Arrow missing completely, but we do see Elaine getting the kill onto Ming. Boadi is in trouble. The Death on Sunset was a little bit unnecessary, a little bit of an overkill. They may be able to take the T1 here. 2 deaths for a macro objective could play out very well for the side of Axmina, but it looks like HOF are going for the Overlord.
They're going to go for the Overlord, and this is often an amazing ambush, but they're going in. Travis?
Oh,
No,
Travis may get caught out. Oh, okay. Adam is very close by, maybe looking for a steal. Didn't quite feel like he was up to the steal. But we are seeing here once more that those lane priorities are still going over to the side of Axmina. They are really putting in the work, not just in these brawls, which is where HOF are doing a great job. They just need to improve their macro.
Yeah, it definitely need to improve their macro. I mean, they're falling behind right now, and Axmina are starting to grow that lead. And HOF are having trouble.
Oh yes, potential here. We do get a Slay. It is Queen Slay, the Shangguan, but she does feel and fall to the Ho Yi. Lady Sun coming in as well. We see that the Axe of Torment has been built onto the Lady Sun, so that's going to really help try to take on the Zhongfei. We get the Crimson Golem as well going over to 7M Dan. Picks it up, but Ming gets the kill. It's a bit of support on support blood.
Yeah, and that's the best blood if you're a roamer, right? Just killing him out and just be like, flex, roam diff, right? But Axe just finding the right angles of attacks, understanding that, hey, you need to go back to your base. We can take you out. We have the numbers advantage. We can find these bushes. So, you know, HOF need to play a little bit more, you know, defensively. They need to stick to themselves, and they need to cover their avenues of retreat. They haven't been able to do this. Wolf now being chased.
Oh, just missing out that ultimate shell from the Lady Sun, but the roll comes through, controlling that kill onto the board. So they are now up with 9 kills. They're ahead with around about 3k gold difference as well. We see that the Tyrant may be up in about 37 seconds for the side of Axmina for them to try and take again, or are they going to wait for the Shadow variant? We'll yet to see.
Yeah, yet to see this one. But again, Axmina still in the lead. HOF playing defensively. Mr. Fury has not really popped off. He's starting to, dare I say, you know, struggle a bit. I mean, yeah, he's 5.2. He's the highest on the team, and they're trying to prioritize it, but he hasn't really found the ganks.
Okay, the Blazing Sun Arrow does come through onto the Lady Sun, but it's not enough. Shangguan comes through once more. CHS goes down. We see Zhongfei, Bruno, Mr. Fury has gone down as well. That is a double kill over to both Masashi and the Shangguan. The ace comes through, Hauler. They are rocking the minions down into the mid lane. I don't know if it's going to be enough time to close out the match because we'll have the movement speed decrease once they take down this higher ground turret. But they could still be within a chance. CHS CS is up in 2-1 seconds. Q1 up. Prince of Landling up. They're going to do everything to take this, or Axe MENA with the retreat, I think, is a lot more sensible than trying to take a fight under the crystal.
Yeah, smart retreat there. They need to regroup. They were getting a little bit low, and to your point of how the minions were being slowed down after taking that mid T3, they've opened it up, and that's the quickest avenue of attack to the base. So they've set themselves up for that late game, which could be much, much easier as they push. But again, Axe MENA really being very smart. That was a good retreat, and now they're taking over the enemy jungle.
Yeah, over to the Prince of Langling as well here. The Musashi is still ahead in terms of experience, in terms of gold as well, which is very troublesome for the side of Hurricanes of Feathers. I do have to point out there, though, there was a little bit of a clutch moment for Axe MENA Travis into that clash lane. He was like one of those horror scene moments from a movie, kind of just sat in a closet like, I hope the killer doesn't find me. There was 3 of them in the clash lane. He managed to get it there scot-free, which was just, it was hilarious to watch. It's kind of just like, I hope they don't see me. I hope they don't see me.
Yeah, they don't move, they can't see me, but they're like dinosaurs in that sense. But it looks like they're going to take the Azure here. I mean, again, just tough situation. HOF just trying to find some sort of farm. That gold graph is dipping in favor of Axe MENA because, again, HOF not able to find any sort of sensible or real farm at this point, and they've been struggling.
It's kind of hard when you've been pushed into the side lanes, right? I mean, T2 down into the farm lane gone. They have no turrets at all in that mid lane. They're able to pick up the Overlord without any contest as well, which is just going to make this next assault onto the Crystal a huge one. But we're seeing a bit of a trade here for neutral objectives. The Shadow Tyrant does go over to the side of HOF, but is it going to be enough of damage coming through into this next fight? Adam is down. He got a little bit too far, a little bit lost into the thick of it, but here may be the ambush that we're waiting for. Dan taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, that is Dan down, already going into the favor of HOF. Shangguang does get a double kill, so it is currently a 4-2 trade. A little bit of a higgledy-piggledy kind of fight right now, but we do get Shangguang being taken down. That is an ace for Hurricane of Feathers. This is a little bit more of a better performance from this team.
Yeah, and this is kind of off of the back of Adam, right? Where he went in 1 versus 5 and he realized that none of his teammates were nearby. He got picked off, but then Axe MENA were like, hey, we're going to still fight this 4 versus 5. And they're going to look back on this replay and they're going to be like, hey, that was a really bad team fight to take. We should not have done that. Yes, Adam had died. We should have given that up and just kind of taken the losses. We should not have gone in for this one. And HOF, they'll be like, hey, we'll happily take any sort of free food that you're giving to us. And that farm, that gold graph is starting to dip.
Oh, man.
But HOF still have a bit of a hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that from that one team fight, they was able to claim back 1.5k gold is huge. All they need to do is take another Adam, maybe getting caught out here. Shuang Yu goes in, doesn't get to land that ultimate, but we are seeing Wolf, who's trying to get away with that Death on Sunset. It's not going to be enough for him. The crucial crowd control did come through from Shuang Yu, so it was pretty much that blessing that came through towards the end there. 2-2 trade overall, but we are getting that Shadow Vanguard into the Crystal right now. A 3v3, maybe what decides this last game too. Prince of Landling being brilliant there, taking out Boadi. That is a lot of damage on the side of Axe MENA that's gone down. The last person alive that can deal the damage is the Shangguan here, but it's only on those single targets, so she has to get out of there. They cannot push this game and finish it at that 12-minute mark.
Really smart target selection by Mr. Fury. Realizing that, the Musashi, I'm Dan, as well as Adam on the Xiang Yu, both of them were out of the picture, right? So, hey, if I can get onto this lady soon, that was a body, I'm going to have a good time. And he ended up bursting it. He had the target prioritization. That's exactly what you want from Mr. Fury. You find those openings, you take them. Really smart play by Mr. Fury there.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're punishing Axe MENA for their mistakes right now, right? Like Axe MENA coming across very overconfident, especially Adam on this Shang Yu pick. He's kind of just going in before the rest of his team even get there. So a little bit of overconfidence, a little bit of miscommunication.
Yeah, and this is one where, again, Axe MENA, you had a lead and you're trying to force the plays, so to speak. You still play to your team's strength of sticking together. You had a huge net worth lead. Now it's diminished a bit. It's going to be a little bit tougher now, but you got to be smart. You can't be making those silly plays anymore.
Yeah, no, you can kind of see them waiting in the bush here, Axe MENA. They've got to be very careful with this next team fight because it could mean the winning of the game or losing it, right? Because that mid lane could fall down all the way to that higher ground turret, which is going to make it 10 times harder for HoK MENA to come back swinging with their axes in the following team fight. But we are getting the next neutral objectives up. The Shadow Overlord is now up, and then we are going to be followed by the Shadow Tyrant. But it looks like HOF are probably going to force a fight around this Overlord here.
Yeah, they're going to look to start this one. Axe is going to just hit on the side.
There it is. So they do get the Overlord, but is it going to be enough to get out alive? But we're already down 2 members on the side of HoK MENA. Same for the side of Hurricanes of Feathers. So already a neutralized trade. They do have the Overlord, however. There it is. 3-2 trade right now. This could be exactly what HoK MENA need. They're trying to take the T2, so they have less safety. Down goes CHS, and down goes Zhang Fei. It is the second ace for the side of HoK MENA. This time around, they've just got to contest the Vanguards. This could be the lifeline for the side of Hurricane of Feathers, but I don't think it's going to be enough. We do see Masashi leading the wrecking crew that is the minions into the mid lane, into the crystal, as we see that HoK MENA are going to take game 2 from Hurricane of Feathers. So it is the next MENA team going through is HoK MENA.
Adam, like game 1, had an amazing fearless charge, got a two-man stun that just kind of won them the team fight, and they were able to close out the game. He does it again in game 2, closing the game out. Again, he was a little over-aggressive probably in the early phases of the game, but finishing it is what you needed to have done, and Adam really played that one very, very well. And HoK MENA right now closes that game out. It's an easy 2-0 for them.
Yeah, it seemed like an easy 2-0, right? But that game 2 definitely seemed a little bit more of a hurdle for them, a little bit too high for the horse to come over, because we saw many times there where Hurricanes of Feathers was very close at tipping the scales and maybe even pinching a round from them. But fortunately for the side of HoK MENA, they were able to compose themselves, get Adam in check, and just make sure that Shuang Yu came through in the right moments. And here you can see on the stats to the Masashi as well. 4-2-11, 10k gold in the farm, in the jungle lane. But then if you look at Mr. Fury as well, a different story. Definitely a better performance from Mr. Fury on the Prince of Lanling.
Yeah, I think Mr. Fury had a great game. I mean, yes, he's on the losing side. The 4-2-8, the KDA is pretty good for him as well. But it's one of those things where they're going to go watch this replay, and they were very opportunistic. MENA, they were kind of throwing it at times, or they were getting out of position, and they made the game a lot harder than they needed to have done. I mean, if we're looking at the neutrals alone, I mean, it's a bit of a tie. And in a winning game, you should be controlling not only the map, but also the neutrals. And, you know, HoK MENA right now, we're going to see some of these highlights. But again, they were kind of not throwing the game, but made it a little bit more difficult for themselves.
Yeah, they're just basically giving the side of Hurricanes of Feather a little bit of a leeway, right? They was doing some mistakes that may be intentional, may have not been intentional, but again, the miscommunication from the side of HoK MENA could have been their downfall. So I think going into the semifinals, this is something that they've got to iron out. They've got to make sure that they don't take their enemy team forward for any kind of just like advantage, right? Because they can turn it around. We saw many times HOF had some really good team fights like we're seeing here, able to catch off Giant, able to catch off Wadi as well. So many a times HOF played fantastically. It's just that HoK MENA was just able to set up that early game macro. So focus on those side lanes, focus on that mid lane, get it cracked open pretty early, and it kind of just opened up for a late game win, right?
Yeah, and there were a couple fights where HOF, some of them, like, you know, Mr. Fury just barely surviving, but then the rest of the team were like, hey, we're going to continue to fight. And that's taking a fight 4 versus 5. It's a numbers game, right? You're going to lose that one. So those are the kind of early games that HOF really need to kind of clean up. I mean, this is one where the Adam made a mistake, then, you know, HoK MENA tried to go fight 4 versus 5. This was not going to work for them. So again, it's one of those things where you got to know the limits of the teams. It's again, just numbers advantage. If you're down a player, you should not really be fighting.
Yeah, it's down to boundaries, right? Boundaries and just making sure your ego's checked, because no matter how good of a player you are not 1v9ing a team that has a Zhongfei, that has that Prince of Lanling, and most importantly, has the Hugh Huan as well, just being able to give sustain, give a little bit more of a backbone to the side of HOF, which really showed dividends in this game too. And you can see here around the Overlord, it's just that they were able to take it, but AXE was able to capitalize on those already damaged heroes on the side of HOF, and then able to just run it down, get the T2, able to do a lot of damage onto the Zhongfei as well as the Hugh One, and then Adam coming in with that backline there, just guiding them into that wall, knowing that Wadi was going to aim that ultimate shell through onto the Hugh One, but Giants, the support player, is getting MVP this time around, keeping the Lady Sun alive, keeping his teammates just in check when needed to, but also getting some kills.
Yeah, getting some kills. He got some pickoffs. I mean, Giant was really on point of just kind of being that consistent guy that would just buff the squads or the right player at the right time. So, you know, he played very well. He died only 3 times and 17 assists. That speaks volumes about his play. So Giant, you know, making Giant plays.
Yeah, Giant plays, Giant assists from the side of AXE. I didn't want to say Giant 3 times in a sentence. That would have sounded very infant-like, but there we go. So AXE are going to be your 3rd semi-finalist there, getting into tomorrow's games. So we do have some MENA region representation going through into the semi-finals. So far we have the likes of the Eastern Europeans, we have the Turkish team as well, we have the MENA in there as well. Is it going to be up to W Gaming to finally get some Western European representation to go through into the semi-finals, or are we going to get a MENA versus MENA brawl tomorrow between AXE and GS team?
Yeah, I love the fact that we're seeing a lot of variety, right? Different metas, different teams, and just kind of showing it out. But really well played by AXE, and we're going to be happy to see them moving on to day 2. But before we get into the 4th game, let's take a little bit of a break.
Скажите, очень неплохо получается со скачка. И там минус 2, скорее всего, будет. Как же Юнин раздает дэмэдж и пытается что-то придумать.
Jinx, so Jinx's most common combo is the 1-2 ult, as we're just seeing here with AB8 perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Is that going to be a double kill? Oh.
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Open Series Split 2 EMEA Finals. We are in the final match of the day. It's going to be GS versus W Gaming. Blam, your thoughts on this matchup here?
I think this is the one I know most little about. I know we said there's a few kind of mysterious dark horses in the EMEA region, and these two happen to be the matchup where they both land into that category, because GS team and W Gaming, we don't know really too much about, other than they are representing the MENA region and West European as well. We've already had 2 knockouts of the West European region, so fingers crossed for Blam himself. W Gaming kind of need to get a dub on the board for the Western European side. Come on, please.
Yeah. I mean, this is going to be one of those moments where, I mean, let's be real here. W Gaming, again, we don't really know too much. They're kind of like the replacement for Looking for Org, who had some issues going into this one. But it looks like W Gaming, they're stepping in this one. And we'll talk a little bit about the player names and the players themselves. But we have a bit of a surprise. And I think you and I, Blam, are both super excited to see the farm laner from W Gaming.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the YouTube chat have been promising and hyping us up a little bit here, so I'm a little bit like, hey, do I believe them? Do I just let the proof of the pudding just expand itself when they come into the gameplay? But yeah, it's gonna be super interesting to see what W Gaming do have within their roster. And right now we are going to be looking at who represent the side of W Gaming very, very soon. But their opponents, GS team, just have just as much mystery to themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, they were the 3rd place team in MENA. That's pretty much, we haven't seen too much of them. Obviously, Honor of Kings Esports is still relatively new, but here we go. This is the W Gaming. It's going to be, of course, the Ghost Whisperer, Mio, Dope, Victoria, Clothies, but we have a lot of hype of which of these players, Blam?
Apparently, it's all aiming onto the Goat Whisperer, with a name that it's going to be hard to take serious, right? But hopefully his plays tell us otherwise and prove otherwise, right? Because with a name like Goat Whisperer, you're like, okay, this is kind of like maybe a little bit weird. He whispers to goats. Is it in his free time? Is it while he's playing Honor of Kings? We're not too sure. But hopefully his play style is going to disprove all the whisperers about his name.
All right, Honor of Kings GOAT name though, right? GOAT handle, correct? No.
Goat, maybe he whispers to the greatest of all time, and that's why he is potentially the greatest of all time. We are yet to see, but his opponents are going to be GS team, which is Vero, Shiro, Kakarot, Reaper 7, and Higu as well. So here is their opponents. I like how Vero and Shiro fall into one. That's very nice. It's gonna be really cool to try and say in the cast, but it doesn't look like they are going to be in the stage this time around. It's going to be just a lonely team playing against themselves, physically anyway. But in game, they're going to all be there brawling out.
Yeah, and there's still a lot of expectations, right? We saw, you know, MENA just kind of dominate the last series. I think that this is one where they want to do well as, you know, just to represent the MENA region. Going into this one, this is going to be a lot of fireworks, but we're going to go straight into the draft here.
Really interesting, though, is the fact that W Gaming have allowed the Dolia to slip through. However, GS Team have banned the Kaiser, which is normally what the Dolia is paired with in the jungle, but they've gone for the Hue-1, which is just as crazy, right? Because then that's two basically compositions of unending sorrow, which for some people maybe a little bit too depressing, but hey, we'll see how W Gaming go around that, how they completely counter that untargetability. But looking over to their draft and their bans, they are actually managing all the way to the 4th ban. Is probably the first time we've seen this in the Open Series.
Yeah, and I mean, these bans are hitting out all of the heavy hitters, right? The Ogren, the Lung, the Arlie, the Musashi. I mean, even Zhang Fei, Kaiser, like everyone. All of these things are super meta, right? So having to dig deep is something that you need to do. Being flexible and being able to play multiple heroes, definitely a key going into a draft of this type. But, you know, going in with this one, if we're going to look at W Gaming here, the Lee Sin as well as the Cayenne, kind of the last 2 picks thus far, are you okay with these 2 picks, Blake?
I mean, there's something in the water within Western Europe, right? I mean, these are the only teams that seem to be cooking. The Lee Sin pick, Taiyan, yes, we've had. That's cool. Great sustain. Obviously, Lee Sin has very much great sustain by himself. But is it going to work? We have to wait and see. But you can kind of see that GS Team are going for something a little bit more of the same old song and dance with the Marco Polo, flashing that out with the Byron as well. Some really great staple picks. And then the Zilong coming through also. So we've been spoiled here, Ola, right? For this first day of the EMEA region, we've had a lot of first debuts within the Gorge.
Yeah, some first ones, and this is going to be interesting here. I don't know if it's more of like a comfort pick or if this is more of a, hey, we have something, this is going to be our pocket strat, or, you know, the Goat Whisperer, or just like this mastermind in terms of just having the right draft strategy in mind. But it's going up against, as to your point, of just being a very meta lineup of GS. Are they able to break it down with a somewhat, you know, unconventional new heroes picked here?
You can kind of only hope so, right? For the sake of the Western region, we can only hope so that is going to be the case, that they are going to be cooking, but in a good way. Because obviously we had PYG, they cooked, but not in the right way. They became a broth.
Themselves, yeah, unfortunately for them, didn't have the greatest of showings, you know. Yeah, but I do expect them to be a little bit better. W Gaming, again, we're kind of a dark horse. We don't really know too much about them. Is this draft something that's going to completely throw them off? We're going to have to find out. But again, GS lineup, very, very meta.
Yeah, well, apparently in the YouTube chat, they are saying that Meow is the rank 1 top EU support player. So, hey, I mean, there's weight behind that, but in the same kind of breath, this is a competitive scene, right? So it's not about just having the best player within a role. It's about having that coordination, that communication as a team.
Yeah, it's going to definitely matter. I mean, you know, again, you could be the best player in the world, but just, you know, if you have 4 bots that are following you, you're not going to have the greatest of time. Not to say that the W Gaming players are bots, but it's definitely something where they need to stick together, right? They needed those reps to kind of be like, well, coordinated, understanding when to go, or, you know, when to take objectives. All that is super important going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Durenji down here in the bot lane may be looking to be taken out. The Goat Whisperer has been whispered. He's going to be able to escape. No, it is Reaper 7 with the first blood. So Goat Whisperer getting completely run down there as a 3v1. How did the side of W Gaming let that slip? And it looks like it's not going to end there. Mio is looking to be taken down as well onto Reaper, which is scary because this Hue-1 is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, Goat Whisperer was all by himself, just whispering to the goats apparently, but nobody really to kind of back him up. He got ambushed on that one. GS making great rotations, and they're kind of converting on all of these things.
Yeah, we got Dope, we got Cloffies, and we have Vix as well, all into the clash lane. Honestly, I thought Vero was going to die there, but he's able to escape thanks to the rotations of the side of GS team.
Yeah, and Clouthies goes down to the tower. He actually attracted a lot of attention. Reaper 7 was chasing him down, but the tower did get him in the end, so I guess that's a bit of a win. But, you know, even in this top lane right now, Vix so low. This is a huge one. And then, yeah, they're being pressured throughout.
This is really risky, right? I mean, you've just uncovered 2 of the side of W Gaming. They are looking very low, and then they're just kind of teleporting just under the T1. I mean, that's a Byron. Fortunately for them, they don't have the flash on cooldown, right? And there we see that the Lee Sin selfishly got taken down by the T2 in the mid lane, so it did deny the kill. We do see there's a Long coming through here, but there's a lot of CC coming from the Lady Chen as well. Kakarot doing bits for the side of GS team. So Shiro as well doing a lot of damage, just basically making sure that the side of W Gaming are going to be low before the Hue 1 goes in. And the same with the Byron going into the backline. Dope almost getting caught out. We have to get there's a Long out of there. He is pretty low for the side of W Gaming, looking to pick up a Azure Golem.
Yeah, Dope. Unfortunately, he had to back off, realizing that he couldn't really fight that one. But he gets away. He survives. Small win, but he gives up the blue buff. And GS right now just affronting on every single, you know, all the lanes in the enemy jungle, just making it very difficult for W Gaming to get anything going. This is one of those moments where game 1, you kind of want to start strong, and W Gaming been on the back foot since the first minute.
I think the only thing that W Gaming can kind of come back from here is making sure they kind of take advantage of the lack of macro, but Dope almost getting caught out here. We see that Clothies comes in. Clothies is attacking the minion rather than attacking the Byron, which kind of made no sense there, but okay. I'm not the gamer, I'm the caster. All I'm seeing is what my eyes decide to tell me, but right now that wasn't the best call, and they get the neutral objective on the side of GS team. It's not looking too hot for W Gaming.
Yeah, he was hitting the River Sprite, unfortunately, and not hitting the player. And I think that's a little frustrating for Clothies at that point, because it's just like, hey, you got to help me out. You got to do as much damage. Maybe you clear him out. But Clothies, he dies yet again in the top lane. Tough out.
Hey, maybe the little minion, the river minion, was going to be the most the most deadliness to the side of W Gaming. But we're seeing here that GS team are able to take that T1 into the farm lane. So what I've already sort of said about them having the lack of the macro, they're kind of making up for it. They're getting the objectives, they've had the neutrals, they've got the first turret, and they had the first kill as well. So W Gaming looking a little bit lost out of water.
Yeah, tough situation. Higu right now with that amazing Fever Barrage in that bottom lane, gets a kill or so. And, you know, they just taking it out. They've invaded the enemy jungle, they forced them out, and Higu, I mean, look at how far they're going.
Yes, so we finally get a kill on side of W Gaming, but I don't think that's going to be quite enough to fight the Hue 1 going untargetable thanks to the unending sorrow, which is going to lead into Higu getting that backline kill onto the Angela. Already a team wipe at 5 minutes in, Hauler. This is not looking too hot for W Gaming.
Okay, but they, you know, W Gaming got 1 kill, you know, baby steps. Kakarot is down for the count. I mean, you got something. You got to get something to get yourself into this one, especially since you're down 8K. But Higu, my God, this guy's started to pop off. All of his, his Resplendent Revolvers have been on point. They're just like auto aim on that. Look at how he's targeting.
Okay, so the cleanse
him. That's
was...
my bad. That's my bad. I complimented him.
You jinxed him, Holly. You jinxed him. His cleanse was on cooldown. He had nowhere to go, unfortunately. But like you were saying, yeah, Higu on this Marco Polo, his Resplendent Revolvers have been fantastic. They're always hitting. They're always procting that passive to get that true damage through.
That's my fault. I should not have complimented him. I said it out loud. I verbalized it. I put it out there. And of course, you know, the honor of King's Gods will shut him down. And he did pay, but it's still net worth wise. He's still in the lead. So, you know, Higu still playing well, just with that death.
Yeah, a little bit of a caster curse there for yourself there, Hole. Making a name for yourself already within the EMEA region. You gotta make sure that doesn't extend any further.
All right, I'm actually trying to help out W Gaming. That's all I'm just trying to say.
You're trying to. The thought's there, but what is not there is the kills that are being taken up from W Gaming. We're currently seeing a 2-0 trade right now for GS team. The Lee Shin pick, the Zilong Pick are just not following through the way that the Western Europe team wanted to, and they are taking trades and blows. That is a 4-0 trade to GS team. They are now up 8k gold. They're going into the T2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Shiro just, I mean, I understand that flowing Sai is kind of like you fire and forget, but his flowing Sais have been so good because W Gaming will take it and they just bring it back to the rest of their team. It's like spreading COVID in that way. It's just not a good situation, just grouping up like that.
Yeah, we want to be spreading resources, not the vid. Spread resources, not the vid. But hey, there's some blows of trading going here onto the side of W Gaming. Is this going to be the second win that they need? But we do get the knockup from the Hue1. We do see the splendid revolvers coming through for Marco Polo as well. Hue1 picking up a kill onto the Renji into the back line. We only have 2 members of W Gaming alive. Vanguards are at the higher ground turret.
Yeah, and Higu really just outsmarting, like he had the mobility to kind of dodge the Blazing Brilliance, and he ended up getting the pickoff onto Vix. Higu playing very, very well. You know, 6-1 and 6 thus far, and he's just been on point.
Yeah, he's just floating around in the map. He's happy as Larry, right? He's getting the resources, he's getting the gold up, he's even getting his life back in the process, right? So there we go. They have to give some kills over to W Gaming. It is the Zilong picking up the kill onto Shiro, which could be deadly going into this next fight here. They don't have the Lady Chen. They don't have the Destructive Deluge to kind of deter them away, but they do have the Hue1 with the Unending Sorrow. A little bit of engage. They're trying to force them back. We see Vix into the backline there. The Blazing Brilliance isn't going to come through in time, but the Burning Cinders is.
Yeah, and GS right now realizing how strong. Oh, the Fever Barrage.
Fever Barrage come through, gets the kill onto the Renji. Vix goes down as well. That is a double kill onto Meow going down. Triple kill onto Zilong as well. Higu is not taking any prisoners. They are at the higher ground turrets right now for GS team as they take down the high ground turret in the mid lane. MENA looking very strong right now in this best of 3.
Very strong, and it's again just Higu understanding the limits, just forcing it out. I mean, deleted, right? Not even a chance. The Ghost Whisperer down for the count, and it looks like they can take down the base.
Absolutely. I mean, what is the reputation of being the GOAT Whisperer and the top EU support really doing for the side of W Gaming when you've got a team with great experience? They've probably played together for a much longer time, and it's really showing it here for GS team. They are looking like night and day right now, and I hate to say that when I'm from Western European, I want that to be the team to win, but it looks like GS team are just taking it though.
Yeah, just kind of outmatched in that first one. I don't know if it's a draft issue, but, you know, GS really taking it to them, right? Just invading the enemy jungle, just kind of snowballing from there, understanding how to play with a lead. GS team very strong in that one.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Higu was all over the place in a good way, able to land a lot of those blows, able to get those Fever Barrage come through. And look at his KDA, 9-1 and 7 and 8.3k to the enemy's 4.3. This is meant to be the GOAT Whisperer. I think Higu should be given that limelight, right?
Yeah, I think he's whispering to the wrong animal. I think he needs to go to the other spirit animal, like horses, lions, maybe give themselves a chance. But the GOAT, not looking very strong at this point. About half of the net worth of Higu, who is just kind of dominating the game. I mean, top of the game right there. That's exactly what you want out of your Marco Polo.
But it also really shows that the deadliness of the Dolia. Yes, she's a support pick, but this hero has really made the difference between some of these teams earlier on within the Open Series, in the other regions like the Pacifics, in the early days of the Americas regions as well. Dolia coming through strong into those drafts, and the opposite team really regretting it. And you can see here, almost 13k gold difference, Hola. That has to be the biggest gold difference yet within the Open Series.
Yeah, biggest one, and especially with the timing, right? I think it was like a 10-minute game or something, a 10 or 11 minute. It was very quick, right? But GS, again, just taking the fight to them, and WG just on the back foot, not able to really fight. Clothy's dying to towers at this point. I mean, they were just trying to do whatever to kind of get themselves a chance. But again, just GS, just like understanding how to close out the game. Oh, that Fever Barrage, so good.
Oh, yeah, just in from the Undying Sorrow as well. The Hue1 was really just paying dividends into this, and you can kind of see why this is a great meta pick, right? I mean, yes, the Orgren's banned quite frequently, but I feel like the Hugh Huan has been showing a lot more promising when this hero just come through from the ban and pick phase, whereas the Orgren can either go either way, like we saw from PYG. Wasn't the greatest pick, didn't quite, it was probably their best performance, right, of the team, but as an actual unit, and that's how you have to play it within competitive, is you are, the team is the unit, right? You cannot just 1v9. It's just a little bit of an unrealistic expectation for yourself, but GS team are really showing that they are a well-oiled machine, and here to represent MENA potentially into the semifinals once more.
All right, you talk about not 1v9ing, but how do I do that in my rank games? Like, every game is 1v9, no?
Hey, every game's 1v9, but hey, they are not paid to be here. They are not playing and scrimming every day against some of the best teams in the world. So you can have that, Hawley. You can 1v9. You can be on the next team, but you may not be MVP like Higu right now.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the enemy team, Marco Polos are always like Higu, right? 9-1 and 7, totally popping off. And then the Marco Polos on my team are like Kin, right? It's a totally different situation.
Going execute, right? Going execute. Boom, for their common skill. If Kin's watching that back, he'll be fuming, but hey, it's all a bit of fun, all a bit of banter. But hey, before we get into that next game too, we are going to go for a short break, guys. So please don't go anywhere. Chat, stay strong, stay hoping for the Western European region, but GS team looking like the favorites so far, so see you soon.
GS team strike first. They take the win over W Gaming. Okay, what needs to happen, Blam, for W Gaming to get back?
I mean, a lot, right? At least the draft needs to be a little bit better. They need to put down deletion. They need to put down the Zalong, go for something a little bit more meta. Just like we saw PYG, right? In their second game, they finally went back to basics, back to normal. And there's a reason why that is basic, normal, and meta is because it works. There's a lot of different avenues of why it works, whether it be a tanky front line, whether it be a more solid farm lane. The Renji in that actual team comp didn't work that well, right? Didn't get the time to shine. And when you've got a fastly aggressive rotation from the Hugh Huan, you've got to try and make sure that you get that early game gold as soon as possible, because once she's level 4, she's not going to be in the mid lane for too long, right? She's going to just be in your lane, in your jungle, just all up in you, just trying to stop that growth of the Dorenji. And that's unfortunately what happened for W Gaming.
Okay. I mean, it seems like there was quite a bit that they need to do. So Coach Blam is kind of giving it at you. W Gaming, if you're tuning in, this is what you want to do. Make sure that you do kind of give a shout out to Blam Moba, of course, as he's going to help you out. He's going to coach you up and help you get in and qualify for these finals, correct?
I didn't put that disclaimer out, but hey, if you want to at me, you can at me. I need some more followers on Twitter anyway. It's all good. At Blam Moba, shameless plug. See how this goes for W Gaming. But yeah, I feel like if they do go back to basics, I feel like that this team could maybe take a round from GS team. It wasn't the most convincing win, right? Like, there was a point where they lacked the macro on the side of GS team. I feel like if they can get that early game, take a little bit more of advantage in the macro for themselves, take a little bit more control, I think that's the key for W Gaming.
Yeah, they definitely need more map control. They need to kind of limit Higu as much as possible. I think if they make sure that Higu has a bad game, I think that they're going to have a chance. But W Gaming right now have kind of let Higu kind of dictate the pace and just let him get his own farm and kills and I mean just like snowball, right? So you got to stop Higu. You got to stop the Michael Jordan on this team.
Yeah, it seems that way, right? I mean, I think if you take away the Marco Polo, which we've seen banned quite frequently, but I don't think his kind of skill ends there. It's also down to the Dolia. The Dolia pick was pretty huge. We've seen it time and time again that the Dolia pick alone is enough to upset the biggest of teams.
Yeah. I mean, that would help, of course. I think that the, to your point of the meta draft that GS had, they needed to limit more, right? Like GS was kind of coming in and be like, hey, this is the draft that I want. And seeing as that none of these heroes are really banned, they had like free will to just pick this like awesome synergistic draft that just kind of snowballed. So they need to limit them and to just have a much better draft going into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw 2 of the teammates there doing rock, paper, scissors. I really hope that's not rock, paper, scissors, whether they ban the Dolia in the ban draft. So, rock, paper, if I lose, we don't ban the Dolia, but if you win, we ban the Dolia. I don't know who won. I don't know who drawed scissors to who drawed whatever to Vix's scissors. Hopefully it was rock, and it's going to smash that Dolia ban in that draft.
Do you think they're maybe doing rock, paper, scissors for like rolls?
Can you imagine, right?
Right? Like, how crazy would that be? It's like, oh, you won this one. Okay, what do you want to play today? Or what do you want to play in this game? Like, crazy.
Yeah, what you fancy? Fancy jungle? You want to go jungle right now? Let's see what we can do.
This is not the time. Oh, just play to the best of your abilities. But I mean, at the end of the day, they're all smiles right now. So I think that that's great. There's a lot of positivity. And that's what Honor of Kings is all about, right? Getting into this one. And again, just kind of, you're going to take your licks. It's all about ensuring that you learn from them, right?
Absolutely. But again, as Honor of Kings evolves and goes further, we may actually see some more representation from women as well within the Honor of Kings, because it's great to see a little bit of mix up between these teams. It's the first time actually seeing it, to be honest, and it's really cool. It really blends and just basically hopes for player bases and stuff like that. So for those watching that didn't think, oh, well, I can't be professional because I'm female. Hey, there's a whole female leagues within Honor of Kings in other regions. Maybe we'll get that soon within the rest of the global, so stay tuned. But right now, we're just waiting to get into that ban and pick draft, and I really hope that it's a lot better for the side of W Gaming, right? I mean, being a representative from the Western Europe region, it'd be nice to have something else other than Vitality in the KC play-ins.
Yeah, and again, a lot at stake right here, right? I think, a W Gaming right now, backs on the wall. They might, if they lose this one, they're out. So they really need to come up with something, right? So there's a lot of strategizing that you're seeing, the teams talking with one another, trying to put their best foot forward, kind of really sticking it to them. Because, GS right now, they're all smiles. Like you saw the video cams of just all the players. They're just having a good time. They're drinking water. I think it's water. I'm not sure. But, it's they're in a good position and they're happy because they understand that what a strong game one that they had.
I mean, depending on those auto attacks onto the River Sprite, right? I mean, that water could be something a little bit stronger, but we won't disclaim that if the players don't tell. So, hey, that's like you said, lots of smiles. There's got to be a reason. It's either happy water or they're just absolutely buzzing and vibing in the studio where they are in Abu Dhabi. Because, I mean, these teams get to go to Abu Dhabi, they get to face off, they get to meet some potential like connections within the Honor of Kings global scene, right? Which is a huge thing for what I like about the Open Series is that they get to meet new friends, they get to make new connections, and that only going to build and build and build as they keep going for this, because the Open Series is not just for partner teams, it's for those teams that put in the work and win that first round of 16 in those in-game client games. So it shows that they're worth their salt, right? But let's see if this ban and draft is worth their salt as well. Zhang Fei being the prio ban as well as the Kaiser. Is this something that GS team know about W Gaming that we don't know, Paula?
Yeah, I'm thinking so. I'm pretty sure they did a little research on this one because that seems very targeted going in, especially as a first, phase ban. You're prioritizing that quite a bit. I mean, if you're looking at the W Gaming side, the Ogren and Dahlia, very meta picks. That makes a lot of sense, right? But the GS team, they're going to first pick Lung. We've seen this time and time again. Very meta. This seems to be a strong hero, especially with GS, right?
Yeah, Higu on that Lung is going to be scary, right? But what he doesn't have is that one pick that I said that they needed to get rid of, and it is that Dahlia. So whoever won in the rock, paper, scissors, if that was the case of that ban pick, thank you for winning. But we get the Yukio Tachirban coming in again. So some more cooking. We got it from one of the winning teams. I believe it was next Ruya who picked up the Yukio, wasn't it, in one of their games, and that worked quite well for them.
Yeah, they did well with that one. But, the Cayenne, first picking for them from W Gaming, that might be more of a comfort pick more than anything else. But, the Elaine and the Shangguan.
Yeah, Shangguan coming through. Once again, we saw Shangguan in the last match for Axe MENA. So that's 2 series in a row. We get the Shangguan come through. So a lot of burst already on the side for GS team. So all they really now need to do is have a solid front line, right? But the likes of the Zhang Fei being taken up, the likes of the Kaiser as well. So we might be seeing maybe a Liam Po come through or even the Dune.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. Just to kind of add in, you need a frontliner kind of to go in with Yukio. You have a lot of sustain in the Cayenne already. So my only concern right now is that GS, they have the Shangguan with the finishing stroke, untargetable, and you can kind of get out of jail for free. And then you have the Lung Infinite Vastness. You have another one, right? So these are things that you probably need some sort of lockdown or some sort of burst to deal with them. W Gaming right now doesn't have the greatest amount of burst or control, which kind of worries me.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the deny of access for the Lady Gen. We know that Lady Gen can do the damage, but they definitely need the right team comp. Yukio Tachiaban is probably not the best thing to be kind of implementing into the Lady Gen because it's one of those Lone Ranger picks, right? You trying to get in, trying to close those kills. He can backflip, he can forward flip. They don't ban out on the 5th. So again, Huan is still available for the side of GS team. Not too sure what happened there, but there was a no ban for the first time within the Open Series.
Okay, I think W Gaming is like, we don't even need to ban a hero here. We're just gonna give them. We're so confident. We got this one. I mean, to be honest, we don't know. But I assume it's something like that. But again, not banning something kind of shaky at this point in the second phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they ban out the Charlotte. They go for the Liu Bei. Okay, we'll see how that goes. So is it going to be Yukio Tachiaban into the Clash lane? More than likely. I can't imagine it's going to be Liu Bei into the farm lane, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's going to probably be Clash again if they really wanted to. But I think that, look, I don't like the pick here. I would be, lying if I said that I liked it. I do think it's more of a comfort pick, but it's definitely throwing GS in a loop because they're like, oh, what do we do now? They picked it? They didn't ban it? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, no, it's a bit weird, right? I mean, they could have banned out the Hugh this could have stopped this whole lineup from GS team. But hey, maybe these are the true comfort picks for the side of W Gaming. They'd probably be saying, hey, we don't need that 4th ban. We can basically just do with what we've got right now. We were messing around in game 1. Let's see. Now that we have our comfort picks, I mean, the Taiyan has not changed, so clearly that is a comfort pick for MEA. But we have the Consort U, so it is going to be the Liu Bei into the jungle. We have in the Consort U into the farm lane. So interestingly enough, we have the long range. We have the physical immunity as well. So let's see if they're able to outpoke the Lung.
Yeah, I mean, the Consort U, I'm not a huge fan of it going into this one. I mean, it deals with the shields and whatnot from the Elaine that could potentially be there, but I just don't really see it rounding off that draft. I think that this is going to be a tough game for W Gaming going into game 2.
Yeah, nobody is going to find out until we get onto the Gorge, because we saw in game 1 that GS team was a well-oiled machine. This time around, they still were able to lock in the Hu Huan, so keeping it a little bit more of the same old Sung and Dance, which, hey, is a great pick to basically dictate that tempo, and that's really what you need in this game, right? W Gaming needs to kind of get that tempo for themselves, get control for themselves. It is a 4-man dive into the mid lane, going in onto the Sunbin, missing out shots already. Not quite the 4-man dive that you really expected there from supposedly EU's best team.
Yeah, there was really no catch. That was I mean, you miss all the shots you don't take kind of thing, but this was not a good shot to take. Now that they're behind in all lanes, tough situation for them. They tried to go for broke and tried to get that first blood, but Kakarot just playing the positioning game quite well, realizing that something was kind of a little shady.
Yeah, interestingly enough though, it looks like that Dope is into the jungle as Yukio Tachiyaban. It's actually going to be the Liu Bei into the Clash lane. So interestingly enough, we're going to have a range in the Clash lane. Let's see how this works out for W Gaming. Not quite working out just as well as they thought it would so far, but Consort U missing that snipe could have been huge.
Yeah, could have been huge. They're all a bit low right here, but GS just kept backing off. Again, this is their MO. This is what they did in game 1. They invaded. They tried to contest for that blue. So again, just very similar playstyle. They were like, hey, it ain't broke. Why fix it?
Absolutely. I mean, hey, like I said, let's see if they can actually perform anything with this new team comp that they've gone for this time around. And with no confident 4th ban, we see a lot of damage going onto the Taiyan and also driving away Vix in the mid lane. But Liu Bei is pretty much stalking quite close by. He's not playing much into the Clash lane because I feel like if he 1v1s against the lane, it's going to be a bit of a struggle for him, right? Because he's only got 1 dash away.
Yeah, 1 dash, but, Goat Whisperer all by himself. This is, again, very similar. Finishing stroke just going to be a little miss, so to speak. Ghost Whisperer survives this ambush.
Yeah, we do see the rotate here from Taiyan and the Lady Jen as well. But still, nothing really comes of it. They've decided to divert and go back to their mid lane. Lung still sticking around whilst they're waiting for the minion wave as well. Rightfully so, because he's needing to get those resources for himself. So that late game hero can really shine. But we're kind of seeing here right now that the Lung and the Consort U are very close in their goal differentials.
Yeah, I mean, they're neck and neck. This is what you kind of want. Higu's been making more rotations. He's been trying to get away, but Bro on the run.
Oh yes, on the run, but is it going to be commit there to onto the Vero? But we see Dope coming in. The targetable comes from the Hugh 1, but Sunbin comes around as well. Time-lapse comes through, not killing anybody on the side of WG or Team GS team right now. But looking low is Cloffies, Vix into the backline as well. Taiyan taking a lot of the brunt of that because they're able to heal up as well. So no blood drawn just yet for either of these teams, but a more promising engage from WG.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to be more aggressive. They're trying to make things happen across the map. changing things up. And that's what you needed to have done going into this game, right? W Gaming right now, you know, they can't play the passive game and let GS kind of dictate the pace and just kind of control things. This is one where you got to make things happen. And they're trying to force it, trying to get a little bit more space for Ghost Whisperer, who's getting ganked in the bottom lane. Oh, he's going to survive.
Yep, nope. He goes back to T1. He's in safety net right now. And I think this is the thing that's kind of punishing GS so far is the fact that they aren't able to get any of the T1s. They haven't really set up that bot lane just enough perfectly to try and take this neutral objective. We see that Vero is going down with the teleport mechanics. It is going to be an all-out brawl here. Yukio Tachibana straight into the thick of it. But Long is up in the sky, waiting for the come down, going into the back line here. Go Whisperer is going to go down. So is Dope. It is a 2-3-0 trade so far for the side of GS team, and they are not stopping there. It's a whole wipe at the Tyrant.
Okay, GS was just like, hey, I mean, do you want to get first blood? He's like, no, I want an ace. That's how we're gonna dictate the beginning of this game. We're gonna just take them all out, and they do this. Higu actually used the infinite vastness aggressively and hit like 3 or 4 heroes and just cleaned them up from the back line. A very aggressive Higu. He's that playmaker. He's that Michael Jordan. The Kobe, you got to be very careful of where this guy is at all points.
Yeah, I mean, on a hero like Lung, right, you got to make sure that once he uses that Dragon Form, you got to make sure he doesn't come down hard on you, or he's just waiting for you to just wait till that life comes down. We see that the Destructive Deluge is not going to follow through there for Vix, and hey, a lot of damage onto the side of W Gaming once more. There's a T1 going down into the farm lane as well. Great macro from Vero, but there is a little bit more of an engage here, where Higu taking a lot of damage onto Dope. We do see Liu Bei going into the back line there. Okay, we are seeing Cluffy's getting the first kill on the board for WG. He's not settled there, but he has been taken down by the Hugh Huan. Double kill goes over to Hugh Huan once more. Reaper 7 reaping what he sows. That is a triple kill. 3-1 trade for the side of GS team. And they're not done yet. Hall is going to be a wipe for GS team once more. That's 2 wipes in 6 minutes.
Yeah, GS was getting gone on. That was a little bit of a back and forth fight. Yes, they had a slight edge, but then they put up the bad signal and they were like, bro, we need your help. He comes in, he cleans up the rest of them, gets the ace, and they only get 5 kills at a time, apparently, because GS has wiped out the enemy team twice now.
It's looking like a buy one, get one free at this point with the kills, right, for GS team. That's the kind of offer they're going for. They're being quite economical with their kills.
Yes, they've done it. It's all or nothing. We ride together, we die together, apparently by W Gaming, because every time somebody's died, the entire team is wiped.
Yep, CC music comes through for the Liu Bei, but it gets taken down by Shangguan once more. This is not looking good for the side of W Gaming. We really hoped that this game too would have been a little bit more of a true story for them, a little bit of a miscommunication in game 1, right? But there we go. We see both Lung and Elaine going into the back lane again. Another ace for the side of GS team. They are really not taking any of these team fights without taking out the rest of the team.
Okay, I don't know if I've seen 3 aces back to back like this. So that's pretty crazy that they've done that. But Higu, not scared, going infinite fastness, diving the T3 tower at 7 minutes. Crazy.
And another one. And another one. It seems to be the motto of GS team right now as they take the higher ground turret for the side of W Gaming. Whilst W Gaming is still waiting to try and get their macro plays come through, but it just seems like a bit of a brawl for them here. Dope going in, a little bit too overextended. Higu is just a little bit too strong right now. Stay with the Shangguan, doing a lot of damage onto Vix. Into the backline is Liu Bei, but he's not going to be able to do enough damage onto the Sun Bin. It's able to stay alive. Higu with a double kill, up with the Dragon, down with the kills, hopefully onto the Vix here. We are going to get another wipe right now. Another one, not quite, as Taiyan is staying alive, but it's only a little bit of time until they try and get another wipe, right? I mean, Dope's back up, so that's the first denial of an ace, right? Shangguan going in once more with a final stroke onto Dope. Not going to be able to get a kill. Death on Sunset comes through. There is a minion at the Crystal. It is going to be over for the side of W Gaming right now if they just focus the Crystal for GS team, and it is going to be another MENA team going into the semifinals tomorrow. Well played, guys. So many aces. Well played.
3 aces. They could have gotten the 4th, but Meow actually kind of denied them that last one. But wow, what a spanking by GS right there. Just full control, just domination across the board. Woof, scary game.
Yes, I mean, some of the players' reactions was the same as mine when we saw those multiple aces coming through. It's kind of like oh, we got to brace ourselves for this one. We got to try and come back from that one. But unfortunately for W Gaming, there was no comeback. And GS team really rocked it in that best of 3, right? Honestly, a team that we didn't know nothing about. Honestly, when they going against up against Axe MENA tomorrow, I think that's going to be a really good match to watch.
Yeah, but these are teams that have played against each other, right? Axe MENA was the champs last time, but you know, they're familiar with one another. So I don't think it's going to be as easy going into tomorrow. But looking at this one, right, 2 kills to their name. W Gaming really struggled to get anything going. I mean, it was just so difficult across the board. Look at this. It's like almost like a perfect game by GS.
Hey, I mean, props to the people in the YouTube chat, right? They did say that Ghost Whisperer was going to turn it around, a bit of a comeback. But hey, 1 kill from 0 is definitely a comeback. I will give you that one, sirs, in
Infinitely
the YouTube
better.
chat. Infinitely better. A 1+ is better than a 0+. But hey, look into the damage over to the side of GS team. We saw that Reaper was up by 37%. And the gold lead, again, almost creeping up to that 13k gold lead. But the time on the board was just not enough. It was almost a 9-minute match.
Yeah, 9-minute match. I mean, the only thing I can kind of, you know, fault GS was that why didn't they end the game in 6 minutes, huh? Why did it take 9 minutes?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
I mean, they could have finished it a little bit quicker, right? I mean, hey, if we're going to be throwing criticism across the board, GS team, you could have finished it faster, bros. You could have done it faster, maybe tomorrow. But I was just looking back at the Open Series qualifier for the MENA region, right? And Axe MENA and GS team actually did play against each other, but it was a 2-1. So hey, it's going to be very close for them. I think it's going to be a great series tomorrow, but enough of that. This is going to be really highlighting the effects of that GS team can really do. Those wipeouts of the teams, those fantastic pushes in those lanes. MVP is going to go over to Vero. Honestly, this guy constantly into the back lane with the long as well.
Yeah, and Vro actually, okay, my issue with Elaine players is that sometimes they get overextended. Right? They kind of initiate and they're like the team can't catch up with them. And so Elaine usually dies. But in this case, Vro played the Elaine perfectly, right? Understanding that, hey, let the fight happen, let it develop, let the enemy team group up, and then Vro will come in with those Death at Sunsets. I mean, he was just on point, well-deserved MVP with those 7 kills.
7 kills, absolutely. I mean, how many of those team aces was him? I don't think he managed to get one on his own, but that would have been a fantastic way for GS team to solidify themselves into the semifinals with a penta. But here you go. There are the results of today, guys. Major Pride through, Next Ryu through, Axe MENA through, and GS team through. So unfortunately, going forward, no Western European representation. So the only European representation is going to be the Eastern European representation from Major Pride. But after today's performances, Holler, do you reckon these are going to be some banger semifinal matches?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that they go to the distance. I wanted that even going into today. Unfortunately, not able to do that. But potentially 3 games, 2 best of 3s going into this one. And of course, single elimination. And we're going to find out who those 2 winners are going to be in those first 2 matches as we get into that grand finals there.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all to play for tomorrow because it's not only that KC play-in slot, it's also that top prize of that $10K dollar to $10,000. Jeez, I am literally zapped brained right now when it comes to money. It was all that resources going over to GS in that last game. It's completely muddled my brain, but thank you very much everybody in the chat for coming by and watching the EMEA Regional Finals. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, for your semi-finalists to go head-to-head to see who can get into the grand final and see who can procure that KC play-in spot. I've been Blam. With me today is Mr. Holler. We'll be back tomorrow for some more Honor of Kings action.